across the quiet fields where the snow begins to fall. A silent question echoes down each and every hall. From the Atlantic shore to the Pacific's wide embrace, we look into the distance, searching every space. Maple trees stand watching in colors red and gold, for little hands to hold on to, for stories to be told. Where are all the children in Canada tonight? Underneath the northern lights, hidden from our sight, we keep a candle burning, a constant, faithful glow, hoping that they feel the love where the cold winds blow. Be safe, little one, wherever you may be. The heroes that you need are hoping to set you free. We trace the river valleys, we climb the mountains high, sending up a whisper to the vast and endless sky. A drawing left unfinished, a favorite teddy bear, gentle reminder stared, hanging in the air. A parent's heart is aching, refusing to give in, praying for the day when the searching finally ends and they can hold them again. Where are all the children in Canada tonight? Underneath the northern lights, hidden from our sight, we keep a candle burning, a constant, faithful glow, hoping that they feel the love where the cold winds blow. Be safe, little one, wherever you may be. The heroes that you need are hoping to set you free. Does the silence feel too heavy? Do the shadows look too deep? Remember all the promises the family meant to keep. We are looking, we are trying, across this spacious land. We need strong hands to help us. We need everyone to stand. Where are all the children in Canada tonight? Underneath the northern lights, hidden from our side, we keep a candle burning, a constant, faithful glow, hoping that they feel the love where the cold winds blow. Be safe, little one, wherever you may be. The heroes that you need are coming, waiting to set you free. To the parents waiting by the phone, you are not in this alone. Bring them home, bring them home. Let our heroes rise. His grandma was watching him boots planted. Creek searched, no neighborhood were checked. No cameras were looked at. No geofencing used. His grandma just turned around for 18 seconds and then little Dylan went poof. Truro police looked for 6 days. Why weren't the planted boots checked for fingerprints? Or even DNA? Dylan's mom don't speak to her mom anymore. Was it traffickers? Or did neglected to check all avenues because they choose to check the easiest thing was the body of water? He is still missing. Does he wonder if his family is looking? Does he still remember his daddy's voice? Does he cry at night when it's dark and scary? Why cannot Canada do better by the children? They need heroes to come along and bring this children back. They need their parents to hold them tight. Stand up, Truro. And the RCMP, throw those guilty, sick members of your offices and government out the damn door. Our children need a hero. Let it be you!
Welcome in, everybody. Yes, Krista, this is the way we've been starting the lives. You've been here every day, so I'm not sure why you're not with the program yet, since you're a moderator. We start with the music. That's what we've been doing recently, and everybody else but you can hear it. So it's on your end, my dear. Thank you, Marie, for being here. We have one moderator in the group. I'm going to look for new moderators. So if anybody wants to be a moderator, let me know, because we're going to be doing daily lives, as I've said, here at 11 a.m. Eastern. And hey, Tyler, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You got 2 of those. Did you buy it twice, honey? Did you buy that twice? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I saw it show up in the comments twice, honey. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate you. Okay, today we got lots to cover. And I'm also really tired of the commercial comments, Krista, okay? I have said this 1,000 times. I don't control the commercials. So your constant typing of the commercials as a moderator is unacceptable. It makes me look bad, and it's got a very low intelligence IQ to it. When you constantly bring it up, and I have constantly said, so please just leave today, Krista, because I'm done with this shit. Every day you complain about the fucking ads that I've repeatedly said are not up to me. And I'm sick and tired of you as a moderator making me look like shit because you complain about the ads. I don't want you on here anymore. Get out. I'm done. Get out. I need moderators that are going to show up and support me. And that your constant complaining about the ads is bullshit. That's a YouTube problem. Stop putting it on me. Get out. Good morning, Donna. Sorry to start off that way, but I'm sick and tired of the complaining about the fucking ads that I have no control over. I'm sick and tired of it. It's a YouTube problem. Okay, let's get back into it. It doesn't take a lot to be a mod, but it does take some emotional intelligence. You keep complaining about it, Krista, like it's something I can do about it. And people are reading the chat as if it's up to me to fix. Use your brain. I'm sick and tired. I would mod if I could commit to the schedule. Thank you, Tyler. Well, I'm sick and tired of it. Every fucking stream, you complain about the ads, Krista, and it makes it look like it's on me. Stop the bullshit. You're supposed to be a moderator. A moderator's supposed to support the person in the chat, not make them look like garbage. Are you guys also tired of hearing about it? I'm tired of hearing about it. Let's get into the topic. I don't want you in here anymore as a moderator, Krista. And if you bring it up one more time, you're fucking gone and you're banned from the channel. Do you understand me? Fix it on your end. Okay, we're going to get into Spencer Tepe and Monique Tepe. And like, let's get, hang on a second. I'm really not that difficult to deal with, but my patience when I'm sick has been put to the end. I've said it multiple times. That's fine, Marie Curie. You're the only one that I can rely on that shows up every day consistently. So yeah, I'd love to have you as a mod. Um, if you want to be a mod, just email me, please. Um, makes people feel intimidated. Well, I'm spicy too, Tyler. If you haven't noticed, I'm sick. I don't have time for this bullshit. Um, and I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of somebody that's complaining who should know better when I've said it repeatedly. Like cripes almighty. Like Shenanigans said she had a meeting to train her mods. You have no idea how fucking frustrating it is to be a YouTuber when you've got mods that you can't rely on, that don't show up, that want you to cover a case. They don't have the decency to show up. I'm sick and tired of it. Thank you, Marie. Let's get into it. Okay, so we are going to listen to, you guys asked yesterday um for a bunch of updates. You guys wanted more updates on the Tepe case. So we're going to show that today now. There's quite a lot of updates on this, and it's really interesting because there's you saw what, honey? You saw what? I'm sorry I started off that way. I blew my gasket. I know you do, Donna. I know you do. Besides you, I'm sorry. I shouldn't include you in that group because you're your own entity. You're your own entity. I love you. Sorry, I shouldn't include you in that. Um anyways, let's go back to the topic at hand. I know you do. So this case has gotten interesting because okay, there was a call. Hey, Miss Q. Thank you, honey. I had to speak to the regional director of Super C to get the $30 back. They overcharged me. Just got that 15 minutes ago, if you can imagine. So am I a little bit pissy? Yeah. Yeah, Donna, I know Donna. Donna is amazing, and I'm sorry, Donna. I didn't even, you know, I wasn't putting you in that category, honey. Um, but okay, here the thing is, this case, there's a bunch of things that have been coming out now. There's a comment, or I guess it was Fox News or something, ran, but the family's begging me to put it away for now. It's all too hard on them. I know. Listen, all this stuff is hard on everybody. It's hard on everybody, including me. And listen, what right now, there's other people. Thank you. It's okay. I really try not to be a bitch, but that kind of stuff, it just seems to me like it's so obvious. Like I shouldn't have to continually say it. It's so obvious. Oh, I know, honey. Did you? Okay, thank you. Yes, Miss Q. There's a bunch of Gus updates. I saw one this morning. I was going to cover Gus separately, so maybe we'll do a second live today on Gus because it looks like the cops are looking in a different direction now for Gus, right? But we'll do that another day. So right now, everybody, we're covering these the Tepe family, and everybody's following it now. But there's interesting stuff that came out yesterday. I've got an interview for us, a longer interview. I know. Thank you, Donna. Um, I've got an interview now um, that we're going to watch on a family member that came out. We've got more interviews and more in depth. But what happened was Fox News started to report, okay, that this woman was at a party once several years ago and called from their home to say she was being abused. And I guess Fox News came out with the report and suggested that it might have been Monique Pepe herself, Tepe. I keep wanting to call him Pepe, Tepe. They're Teep. I don't know how they pronounce it. Tepe. And Then, it's really interesting, the family member came out to say, "No, it wasn't her, but somebody just reported she has an ex-husband that was abusive that she had to file restraining orders against." So there's another possible suspect in the mix here. So let's listen in to this, and then we're gonna get into Jack and Lilly. I'm sorry, everybody, for their ears for having to listen. A person can only stand so much, and I'm tired of it. The time for whining and being offended by nonsense, incorrect anyway, dealing with government. See you next Tuesday. Uh, see you next Tuesday. Thanks, Donna. Okay. Okay, let's listen to this. Because Ashley Banfield's got an interview here, and I want to listen to it.
He's a retired FBI special agent, and he is a good friend of the show. Bobby, so much to talk about. I want to just start with the 911, the domestic call. I did my best to recreate how that conversation might have gone. I didn't hear, but there's some indications and descriptions that the woman is crying in this call. So let's just take it from there. What does that tell you as an investigator?
Well, obviously, she was distressed enough to call 911. So at that moment that she's calling 911, she was in fear of being harmed, because that's why you call 911 in those type of situations. I assume they played that tape for the family members and said, is this the wife? Do you recognize this voice? They could have had friends over. They could have people staying at their house. I don't know. They'd have to go back 9 months and see if they were living in that house, or if they had guests there or whatever. And then you play the tape and say, is this her voice? Is this the wife's voice? Because certainly even if she's upset, the family members should be able to recognize her voice. So now you have, okay, this is definitely her, or it's not. So that's probably what they've done already. And now if in fact it was her, they're probably doing a very deep dive into the tranquility or lack of the domestic situation between these two. Now, obviously, everything we've seen seems like the perfect American family. They're happy, they're successful, 2 young children, the American dream, so to speak. But, you and I have both seen cases where that, on the surface, it looks like one thing and below it's another thing. So I'm not saying that is in this case. I'm not disparaging anybody. I'm saying investigators is something that I'm sure they're looking at.
Let me ask you this. I'm used to hearing crickets when something happens in a rural part of the country. It's hard to find clues in a rural part of the country. There aren't doorbell cams everywhere. The cops are usually a long way away. People can make an escape before a body's even found. This is downtown Columbus. Why is it that we've heard nothing in over a week about clues? Why is it just that one little grainy backyard alley?
So just to reference, so this is what they're talking about. Hey, YouTuber, nice to see you. This is exactly what they're talking about. So they're talking about somebody's dug up. They had a party years ago, and a woman called from the residence saying that her guy was like, she called 911 and then kind of dropped the call. And they all assumed it was Monique Spencer. And the family comes out, or Monique Tepe, and the family comes out to say it's not her. And then I see another video about the ex-husband. So that's what we're unraveling here today. We're going to listen to some of this today. So that's what they were just referencing about this call that was made. It's not Monique. It wasn't Monique, but she does have an ex-husband that she had some issues with.
Cam, why not a hell of a lot more video in downtown Columbus?
Well, I think one thing struck me. It seems just like in the Jussie Smollett hoax attack. Where in Chicago was the coldest night on record. I think they call it a polar vortex. It was very, very, very cold. In Ohio that night. I think it was in the low 20s. Nobody was out at 2 a.m. in that kind of weather, and so there was probably nobody else on the street. Now that could be an aid to them that's what happened in Chicago when they were able to follow those 2 individuals, because they were the only ones on the street. Because it's night, it's the middle of the night, and it's so cold that no one's out. So I think if they get more video of this individual, they'll be able to track him. But whether they have that or not, I have to assume they don't, or they would have put it out just like they put this out.
So usually in a homicide, if there are other people present at the crime scene, it is a boon to investigators, right? They get all sorts of information from whatever, ear witnesses, eyewitnesses, etc. But we're talking about a 1-year-old.
Thank you, Krista. I appreciate it. Can we just move on, please, and stop complaining about something I have no control over? Could we do that, please? Thank you. Okay? I just don't want to hear about it anymore. I'm sick as a dog. I can't do anything about it. Thank you.
Who is, I don't know, effectively incommunicado, I think, when it comes to forensic interviewing. But a 4-year-old is a little more cognizant of big bangs in the night. But I keep wondering how the science is changing about how you interview children, if you're allowed to interview children, if the guardians of the children can say, no, you cannot interview these children. Can they?
Well, on the federal level, you have the Juvenile Justice Act, which prohibits that. The guardians can make that decision. And even in the rare cases that I had that involved minors who were witnesses, I would never do the interview myself. I would bring in experts. There are people that are trained and experienced in, and especially infant. So there's a range of children, right? So you have preteen, teenagers, you have young children, and like here you have a toddler, I guess, a 4-year-old. So I think there are people that are kind of very well versed and experienced in interviewing children of those different ages. And I would always bring in an expert to do that. What you want to hear from the child is, obviously you would think they would, even a 4-year-old would have been able to hear the shots. And so you want the sequence of shots. Was there a pause between it? Was there a quick succession of shots and then a pause and then another shot? We have one victim with multiple gunshot wounds. It sounds like we have a second victim with just one possible. So you want to know the sequence. That may lead to, and marry that with the forensic crime scene stuff, and maybe who was shot first, because again, that's going to matter. Who was shot first here, and hopefully your ballistics and your child can.
Did you hear yelling?
That.
Was there a man yelling? Was there a woman yelling? Do you remember?
How do you feel about that? How do you feel? There are 2 cop cars interviewing someone at the Huckleberry House. Oh, no way. Oh, no way. Don't trust. I know, honey. I get it. But I mean, God almighty. How do you guys feel about the fact that the 4-year-old, they bring up a good point. They're gonna want to talk to the 4-year-old. How do you, hey, Miss Q, nice to see you this morning. Sidewalk and parking lot surveillance. Well, they're having a hard time coming out with surveillance, apparently. I don't know where you saw that, honey, Miss Q. But I think they're gonna solve it pretty quickly. I'm just really curious to see who did it. Was it like yesterday? A lot of people, and we're going to hear it again today in the next clip here with Chris Cuomo. Mel and Mike were set for their divorce. Mel and Mike. Oh, you're talking about, I'm sorry, are you talking about Gas Lamont? Because we're talking about something else. I'm so confused. So we'll stick to the topic here. I don't know what you're talking about now. So this is, they're talking about having to interview the kids, the 4-year-old, to see if the 4-year-old heard anything. Are you curious at all about, how do you feel about that? Like, if the 4-year-old is saying not much and doesn't seem to be like we heard in the other interview, I know. I just worry about, unless they have other avenues, other avenues to question, not to ask the child. I know. Oh, this is her first marriage? Her first marriage. Mel and Mike, but her name is not Mel. That's why I'm so confused. Can you please elaborate, Miss Q? Because I don't understand. I'm not following. Children should be carefully interviewed. Allow them to lead the conversation. I'm not for trying to tease out information from them. Yeah, I just worry because we saw the interview. I mean, they're going to do what they're going to do. It's not like we have any say in it, but we saw that the family member came forward and said that they seemed okay and they were struggling with how to talk to the kids and speaking to professionals about what happened because, they have questions, but they don't appear to have been traumatized by the event itself. I still have no idea who that is, Miss Q. I have no idea. We're talking about the Tepe. Are you talking about the Tepe case? Because I have no idea who you're talking about. I think the child may speak on their own. You just wonder if, yeah, I know. They're saying that exactly. Experts. I know. I hope they're going to bring in the experts because, yeah, Mel and Mike are married and Mike is the ex. Ah, okay. Thank you. Okay. So you guys have already heard all this. Okay. Okay. Let's listen into Chris Cuomo's interview with the Subject Columnist and Guardian. Yeah, exactly. So I'm curious if that 4-year-old knows anything or but let's keep listening in. See, I haven't heard that much information about the ex. I had no idea. So she divorced a guy that now turned gay, is what we're saying? Is that what we're saying? She divorced a guy that was either gay and didn't disclose. Monique Tepe. Yes, Mo was married to Mike. Okay. Oh, Mo is in Monique. Okay. Y'all, I'm super not well. I'm just trying to be a little extra clear for me today. Okay, let's watch this one.
Okay, so a week ago, 39-year-old dentist Spencer Tepe and his 37-year-old wife, Monique, both found shot to death in their home. Spencer shot several times, found lying near his bed. Wife shot once in the chest. Murder-suicide, cops say no. Why? No weapon was found. But they did find 9mm.
See, I want to talk about that because I'm not an expert, clearly, and they're all saying the same thing. All the experts are saying the same thing. They're all saying that it's clear he was shot multiple times and she was shot once in the heart. So it must be that somebody was angry with him. And which I get, but maybe they were disarming him because I just find it interesting. She was shot in the heart. That to me seems personal, or I don't know. I don't know. There have been cases where the child broke the case wide open. Yeah, I betcha. I betcha. I betcha. Anyways, it's just curious to see who was the one that was the target and who was just the innocent bystander. Because he was shot multiple times, which can show rage, but hers was in the heart, which also can show somebody mad at her emotionally, right? Like, I don't know. So I'm very curious to see what the outcome is going to be, and I really do believe they're going to solve this, and it's going to be soon, I think.
Shell casings. So what else do we know?
Very personal.
A
Yeah.
burglary, maybe, but nothing was taken. They have 2 kids, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, and they were okay. They were both home. So was the dog, okay? And again, nothing stolen. They don't show up to work. Friends get concerned. No one can reach them. They go to the home and they find them. And here are the 911 calls.
I would like to ask for a wellness check
Welcome in,
on an
honey.
individual at their
Welcome
home.
in, honey.
We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
What's the emergency there? Police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We
wellness.
had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell.
We got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Interesting for several reasons. Multiple 911 calls only an hour or so after they couldn't be reached in the morning. That's such a high degree of urgency, right? I'm going to discuss that and what it means or doesn't mean. Cops released footage of a person of interest, they say, walking in an alley near the home. It hasn't led to anything else. But now we just learned something else. Back in April, in the middle of the night, someone called 911 from the home, a female, and said, she hung up, and they called her back and they said, hey, did you just call? And she said, yeah, I had a fight with my man, which I think is weird verbiage, but you may feel differently. And, but it's okay. Does this matter? Let's ask criminologist Casey Jordan. First of all, it's good to see you. Happy New Year. Second, am I a cynic, or I just don't have great friends that I'm a little curious about this sense of urgency just an hour past when you usually call them in the morning?
Listen, to me, the 1 hour time frame of Spencer is 1 hour late to work. So we're calling 911 for a wellness check. Always popped for me as an overreaction. I mean, I can come up with a dozen scenarios why somebody would be an hour late and not have their phone got lost, the phone is dead, something got in a car accident, had a medical emergency. But they're not satisfied when the police go out there literally 18 minutes later and say, the door, we checked the front door, we checked the back door, and there's nothing. And then everyone gets up from their dental chairs and rushes to the house to investigate this themselves. Now, this doesn't mean that anyone in that practice particularly knows anything or is responsible, but it seems to be an overreaction, maybe even a reaction formation, because perhaps they know that there is trouble in paradise in that marriage and they're concerned. So the line that jumps out at me, Chris, is we can't get in touch with the wife.
And that's even more of a concern.
That concerns us the most.
Yeah, I picked that up also, but not in the same context as you, which is why.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that statement from the 911 call we heard, where they're all saying the same thing? They're all saying the same thing, that they thought it was overkill, that they would want a wellness check, that they must have had some sort of insight as to something that wasn't really okay there. And why do you think they can track that phone and every other electronic device? Yeah, no, I know. Well, this is what the families come out saying. So this is the interesting twist. The family has come out saying that wasn't Monique and it had nothing to do with her, and Fox News ran with it without verifying, and they shouldn't have run with it. But then we dig into Monique's past, and I don't know, maybe the family wasn't aware. I don't think that call was Monique, let's be clear. I don't think that was her, but, well, at least they're saying it wasn't. The family's saying it wasn't. If you listen to her on the call, do you think that it's somebody they knew for sure? Somebody they knew. But the interesting piece is that, hi, Ashcast, nice to see you. The interesting piece is that they're saying that there was no problems in the relationship, but at the same time, they're wondering if the coworkers knew something was going on there because this seems out of norm. Well, if they knew about the couple having problems, that was an alert for them. Exactly. But what do you make of their statement that it's especially concerning because they can't get a hold of the wife? Is there anything to that? I'm just curious, because the criminologists and Chris Cuomo think there's something interesting in that part of the statement.
The 911 call from April. Oh, I got to go. We'll pick it up next time. I'm sorry, Casey. I'm out of time. I screwed up.
Sorry. I forgot about how that ended. Anyways, it's just an interesting observation. Hang on. It's an interesting observation. Who's the wife? It's obvious the coworkers knew her home life. Yeah, I mean, it could be, Krista. It could be. It could be.
A dentist and his wife were found dead inside their Wyland Park home.
The murders of Spencer and Monique Tepe has grabbed the attention of people all across the nation. Columbus police releasing video yesterday showing a person of interest walking behind their home around the time of the murders.
Police found the couple's 2 children safe inside the home. We thank you for joining us today for NBC4 at 5. I'm Jared Smollett.
And I'm Jennifer Bullock. This evening, we are hearing from a retired FBI special agent on what police may be looking at in this investigation. NBC4's crime and safety reporter Anna Hoffman joins us live now with his insights. Anna?
Jen and Jared, retired FBI agent Harry Trombitis says every piece of information is important. He says it's like a puzzle. Investigators start with an empty board and slowly they fill in the pieces, which leads them to a suspect. One piece of that puzzle that we've seen is the person of interest video, and we walked through it together.
This is a solvable case.
Retired FBI agent Harry Trumbitis has worked hundreds of significant cases in his career. So I went to him to learn what investigators might be looking for to solve the murders of Spencer and Monique Tepe. We started with the person of interest video. What are the important details that you're looking at?
Well, again, when I look at this video, I see an individual that, has taken some care to try to cover his face and that. I see a bigger person that appears to be comfortable walking where they're going.
He says he doesn't see a visible weapon. He also looks at things like height, weight, clothing, and movement.
Somebody that knows an individual that maybe walks like that.
Donna, that's what you said yesterday. And that's how Tyler Robinson's parents ended up suggesting that they knew it was Tyler Robinson, if you believe that theory, that killed Charlie Kirk, was his walk, his specific gait.
It was kind of everybody has their own gait and their own walk.
Trumbitis says this person may not be involved in the crime, but they may know something. He says that's why neighborhood canvassing is so important in a case like this.
I want to talk to everybody in the area to see if they saw anything. It's possible somebody was out letting their dog out and they saw a guy walk by, and, so you need to go out and really do a good canvass. And that would include also any businesses in the area.
He says investigators also collected crime scene evidence like DNA. Trumbitis says investigators are likely doing victimology on both Spencer and Monique to understand relationships in their lives.
You want to try to establish some type of a motive. Why would somebody want to target these two individuals? There had to be a reason why, and it had to be so severe that you would want to kill not one, but both of them.
He says what may be the most important is tips from the public, and says no tip is too small.
I have complete confidence that they'll get this resolved. Somebody out there knows something.
Trumbitis says just because police aren't...
Trumbitis, I don't know. That's the name of the FBI agent, Trumbitis. Is this case where the two kids were left there? Yes, Jerry Lynn. We're still covering this case before we get into Jack and Lilly. I'm going to do a special Gus Lamont live. I'm just waiting to feel a little better because there's so much coming out on Gus. But basically, it looks like they're looking in a new direction with Gus. The police are finally conceding. But let's keep going.
Saying anything doesn't mean they don't have anything. I spoke with Columbus Police today, and while they did not want to do an on-camera interview, they did tell me they're continuously receiving tips. Local for you in Columbus, I'm Anna Hoffman, NBC4.
Thanks for watching. For more...
Okay. I got these are 3 short ones. I've got a longer one now to show you, and then a longer one even than that. This is the one that introduces. This is Fugitive TV. Let's just watch it. Let me just get it up on the screen here. Wild. There's also a new case I want to cover. There's so much going on right now. It's insane in the true crime world.
Police are left investigating who could have killed them.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
1411 North 4th.
Okay, 1411 North 4th. We've got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
All right, so let's take a look at
It sounded like a cat.
That's what I'm calling him. MC,
hey, Hope,
who is
honey.
Monique's
Nice to see you.
ex-husband, her first husband. So here is a wedding photo of them together. We're taking a look at what happened with Spencer and Monique. What if I told you that there is one person who could be a prime suspect that a lot of people aren't talking about? And they didn't live too far away from Spencer and Monique. Fugitive TV, stay tuned. Welcome to Fugitive TV. I am your host, Ray Marcel, where we take a look at cases, either missing people, unsolved cases, mysteries, and we try and take a look at it from a different perspective, because I was once a fugitive on the run from the law myself. I did it for 15 years. I lived in different countries, different names, all kind of things. And right now what I do is, since I turned my life around, I am giving insight into the other side that some people cannot do. So I can give you maybe some loopholes that other people aren't thinking of. Just things like that, all right? If you're new to this channel, please like and subscribe, share the video. For everybody that's returning, thank you. You helped my channel blow up so much this past year, I should say now. It's been great. Now, as you see, I'm in a different setting. I'm currently out of town, but that does not mean the videos don't stop, all right? So right now, we're going to take a look at the Spencer and Monique situation. And for you guys that don't know, Spencer and Monique were found unalived in their house, okay? And unalived, I know, I hate that word. YouTube, when you say the M word too many times, or you say it, especially on a smaller channel like mine, they flag your channel and they don't show it and all kind of things. So until my channel gets bigger, certain words I have to filter out, unfortunately. Well, they were found unalived in their house. And when they were found unalived, if you guys don't know the story already, they were found with GSW wounds, okay? Bullet wounds. Spencer had 2. Reportedly, he had 2. She had 1. Now, I already did one video on this. They did not find no weapon on the scene, anything like that. In my first video, I said this attack was personal. And the reason why I said that is because, one thing, there was children in the house. The children were not harmed. Okay, so whoever did this, thank God they had some sort of empathy to not harm the kids. Because a lot of times, let's say it's a big hit, cartel hit, mafia hit, even gang-related hit, everybody in the house has to go. This kind of has to go. It's called a blackout for you guys that don't know. So they use that term as in like they have to get blacked out, meaning everybody in the house has to go. So this was not an operation like that. There was no blackouts involved. So this was somebody that wanted to do this personally. Like I said, he was found with 2 wounds. She was found with another wound. There was no robbery.
I'm not clear where he's getting this gentleman here. Welcome in, Dolphin. Thanks everybody for coming in late. Let's just listen to this and then I'll come in and chat with everybody in the chat for a second. I'm just wondering where he got that, because they reported multiple shots. I haven't heard just 2 on Spencer. I heard multiple shots. So I'm not sure who they're referring to.
Nothing was taken from the house, anything like that, which, you know, there's no home invasion. So if there's nothing taken, there's nothing out safe or anything like that, then there's no home invasion, okay? Most of the people who do home invasions, they're going to go in there and take something. You're not going to go off somebody and not go in there, at least take what you were in there for. Even if it's $20, they're going to take that $20 and they're going to leave and say, at least they got away with something. So that right there tells me, yeah, there's no home invasion, okay? Now, the home was a nice home in Columbus, Ohio. I've never been there, but some people have told me about the area. The area is going through gentrification. So some people are wondering about the safety. Does somebody follow them home? Things like that. We're going to go through all that stuff, okay?
Police have identified the dead couple as Spencer and Monique Tepe, both in their late 30s and both multiple times. The couple shared their 2 children under the age of 6. They were found in the home unharmed, those 2 kids. Spencer Tepe, he was a practicing dentist, and it was a coworker who called 911 when he didn't show up for work Tuesday morning, saying that was really out of character for him.
Now, there's some things I've
that's what I heard,
found
Donna,
from the news reports, as in when they were showing the house has a Ring doorbell on it, okay? So if the Ring doorbell was working, and if they went through the front door and came out the front door, the Ring doorbell could have caught that. Now, the house does have a detached garage in the back of it with the alley, okay? We don't know if there's any cameras on any of those garages. I'm pretty sure a couple of those houses probably have cameras on the garage, okay? They might even have one. So even if the perpetrator came through the back, they're going to be on camera. There's also a camera right down the street, which is actually a police camera that aims at their house. So if that camera was on and recording, they're going to be able to see who entered the house, especially if it was from the front. Now, right now, police are asking for public's help, and they're asking for any ring cam footage or any footage like that of the perpetrator who did this. Now, I think personally, the police have an idea. They probably have somebody on camera, but they're probably trying to piece together the correct evidence to make sure that they can arrest them or her for the charge. Because just because they have somebody on camera does not mean that they did that. So they're probably looking at cell phone records of that person and everything else, right? Pretty much what we're doing. So if the person had the cell phone on them and they were, ping to that house, then that could put you there at the scene. All right. Now, some people did say that the name Monique, her name did spike on Google the night before it all happened. They're saying her name spiked on Google, like somebody was searching up her name.
Oh, no.
Who knows?
Did you hear that? Her name spiked on Google the night before. Now, that's just speculation and hearsay here. I don't know if that's actually legitimate, but if it is, that's very interesting.
That could be true. It could not be true.
Ooh.
But right now, we're going to take a look at possible reasons of who could have did this. And not only that, one suspect that I kept seeing them being mentioned online. They would not mention the name, and this was Monique's ex-husband. So they wouldn't mention the
Posting where, Donna? The brother-in-law who has been frequently posting here, not on our show. What do you mean? Was on a podcast and said there was not Monique. Yeah, no, I know. We're going to show that. You said it was from a party. Yes, we're going to show that from, we're going to show that interview next. We're going to show that interview next, but it's just interesting what you're about to see here. The family apparently had no idea about, or at least they don't mention it. Let's keep listening.
Name of him. And a lot of people were wondering, like, did she really have an ex-husband? Well, she did. And I found the proof that she did. I actually found who this individual is.
So this is
and
Monique's
I found
ex-husband.
History, all kind of things. So I'm going to show you that, all right?
So this is Monique's ex-husband. I think that's what Miss Q you were talking about, honey.
One key thing to this whole thing was the doors were locked when people arrived. They couldn't get in, I guess. Well, one reason is the front door had a key code on it, meaning you put the code in, the door can unlock and open it. A lot of times those key codes, the way they work, if you don't have one, if it's on a timer, let's say the person could have closed the door behind them, and after, let's say, a minute, it locks automatically. So that could be a reason of how this person was able to leave and the doors still be locked. They could have left through the front door and closed the door, and that key code, after whatever the timing is set on, could have locked. All right. Now, we do know that the husband, Spencer, was a dentist. Okay. Some people are speculating, was it something to do with his job? Okay. Was it an angry client? Somebody that maybe couldn't afford dental care, or somebody who got their teeth mixed up? I don't know. Could it have been a person like that? I've read some comments, a couple comments on my last video, where they said that their significant other or they knew somebody who was a dentist and they would get threats if they either couldn't afford the services and the dentist wouldn't, I guess give them a hookup, or if the dentist maybe messed something up. Okay. I don't know how serious the threats are, but they got threats. Okay. So I'm not saying this is ruled out the question, because anything is possible, right? And let me know, what do you guys think? Do you think this is, a theory of what could have happened? Some people were speculating that Spence could have had an affair with somebody at the office, let's say a secretary or either another dentist or a doctor. And maybe the husband found out there was an affair going on and the husband got jealous, because a lot of times these things, when we find these things, a lot of times it is over jealousy when these type of situations happen. So it could be possible. Now, I'm not saying this is what happened, but this is what people were throwing out there. Was there a secretary or something that, and then the husband found out. And then, the husband went and did what he did. Could be possible. Some people was wondering, even on her side, did she find somebody while he was working, and then that person wanted to take him out, because that would be a love triangle, right? Supposedly they found Spencer in his room. I'm not sure where they found her at, if he was in the room too, or I'm sorry, Monique, if Monique was in the room with Spencer. You guys let me know if you know that detail. But supposedly Spencer was in his room, or their room, I should say, when they found him. So, and remember, he has 2 wounds. She has 1. So there is 2 reasons that this can happen, right? And hers is in the chest. They're not really saying, I don't think they said exactly where his is at. So the person could have used his weapon, pointed at her, and just to get her out the way. Who knows? She could have been collateral, right? And 1 shot and she passes. Now, we don't know, let's say if Spencer's in another room, if the wounds are in his back. Let's say maybe he tried to run and get away and he couldn't. They're not saying if maybe he was the one in his back, 1 in the head, and 1 in the chest. I haven't seen that. So for example, let's say it's 1 in the chest, 1 in the head. Let's say he falls from the first one in the chest, but the person really wants him gone and they stand over him. Now 1 in the head. Okay. So that's going to play a key factor right there when they do this investigation is exactly, since he has two, did one didn't do the job and maybe tried to run away? Or was it two separate locations, as in the person who did this really wanted him gone? Was he really going for him and not her? And she happened just to be collateral damage because she was in the way? A lot of that's going to play a key factor in this. And I'm pretty sure that the investigators are already looking at that, okay? And like I said, the children were not harmed. So whoever did this had enough, empathy to not do anything with the kids, which is the only good thing we can, talk about. Now, I brought up those other theories, right? But the other theory would be the ex-husband. I saw people talking about the ex-husband, but they never mentioned any names. So I had to go find it and everything else. And this is what we came up with. All right, so let's take a look at MC. That's what I'm calling him. MC, who is Monique's ex-husband, her first husband. So here is a wedding photo of them together. As you see, I blanked out his face just because.
Does he look like the guy walking in the video?
They have not told us yet that he's an official suspect. So since they have not said that, I'm blanking out his face and also giving him a name of MC. Okay? You guys can figure out the rest if you want to. Well, here's a wedding picture of them. And on the very bottom, which you guys can't see, it actually says congrats to Dr. and Mrs. and has their name because he was a doctor too. I don't know if he still is, but he definitely was a doctor. Now, here is a picture of him on a medical practice website. And it says his current practice is vascular surgeon. So he was a surgeon.
Heart surgeon. Heart surgeon, and she was shot in the heart. I'm just saying. Just saying.
All right. So I saw a lot of people speculating and commenting online on X and YouTube videos saying that the ex-husband, who I call MC, that she had a restraining order on him. But I didn't see anybody bring up any sort of proof or anything like that. Some people are even questioning if she really even had an ex-husband. Well, I just showed you the picture. So she did have an ex-husband, or does have an ex-husband, I should say. And here is the court filing for this, okay? Domestic case detail, divorce, no children. This was filed May 2nd, 2017. Right now it says closed. Now here's the case number, 17DR001691. So that is the case number. And as you see, Monique Sabatursky, I believe that's how you pronounce that. Okay, so that was her maiden name. And then I blanked his name out, of course, which is MC. All right, and it says date of marriage, August 22nd, 2015. No children. And if you scroll down, these are all the checks I believe they're supposed to do in that county or state when you go through a divorce. So they're supposed to do all these checks, and they apply some of them don't apply. So for example, you see down here in yellow, it says mutual restraining order. So there was a restraining order. Now, I don't know if that's applied automatically. That part I don't know. It does say mutual. So I don't know if it's applied automatically in these cases in that situation. They even, looks like they applied a domestic violence shelter, which could be a lot of reasons. Child abuse. It looks like I see zeros for this. So it looks like they maybe checked on these things, but nothing was needed for that. And then you go down, affidavit for rule of property, affidavit of income. Now that stuff actually looks like that was applied. Clerk's hearing notice. So this is.
Hang on, Donna, just checking your message. I don't know if I'm going to be able to understand. Hang on, honey. Oh, you got, okay. Court hearing, hang on. Domestic action has been stricken. What is this saying, honey? The divorce wasn't reopened in Franklin County. Old cases can show new filed dates when clerks reissue notices, rescan documents, or update records. The 2025 date reflects a clerical document action, not a new case. The divorce decree and termination were entered in 2017, and the case remains closed. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I thought it says closed up above here too. Okay, thank you, Donna.
May 2nd, 2017, all right? And it says closed. But there's something I found. Watch this.
Think that's
here's another domestic case detail. This is a totally different case number, though.
Good morning, Michelle.
22DR0068.
Yeah, when I have time, and it takes resources, not time, well, time and money, to pull these documents up, I'd like to start doing stuff like this too, you know?
6. This shows date filed March 3rd, 2022. This one also shows closed, but this is with a totally different woman. So MC got married to a totally different woman. He married this woman June 30th, 2017.
Whoops, hang on.
So he married her right after the first divorce ended. Let's see. It says date filed on the first one, May 2nd, 2017, right? So that's on the first one. That's when it was filed. But once again, you go to this one, it shows date of marriage pretty much a month later. 1 month later, he married a new woman. So was he seeing somebody else on the side? Is this the reason why they were going through a divorce? Was there cheating involved or anything like that? Because he married another woman 30.
Thank you, honey.
Literally a
Mama
month later.
Bear.
And then look right here. The same stuff applies to this one. Also a mutual restraining order. Same thing.
Uh-oh.
Mutual restraining order. So I'm wondering if that's something that's a procedure. If anybody's had a divorce in Ohio or that state, let me know. Is that something that like that automatically the judge applies or the court applies, or something you have to ask for? All right, here's another court document I found that was interesting. Now, this is under the same court number as the very first divorce with Monique, okay? Date of marriage, as you see, August 22nd, 2015. It's got Monique's name, and underneath is going to have MC's name. But here's what's interesting. Look at these dates. Look at the date docket. The date docket was this last summer, June 18th, 2025. Strike schedule date. The filing, June 17th, 2025. And it's supposed to be at 9 in the morning for a courtroom appearance for September 26, 2025. Same courthouse. Then it says the original copy of the hearing notice filed, okay? Then it's got MC's name. Then it's got the print date, which is still in June. Then the original notice of the hearing, which was, I guess, sent to Monique. Same date, June 17th. That's the print date, right? Then you look, it says continuance. Okay? But what I found interesting is, look at this right here. Hearing type, domestic trial -CUST, which is short for custody. So domestic trial -CUST, which is short for custody. What was this custody over? Because in the original court documents, it said they have no kids. Now, Monique did have 2 children with her husband that she unfortunately passed away with now, that we know of, that Spencer. There was a 1-year-old, some reports say 4, some reports say 5. But we do know there was 2 toddlers, okay? A 1-year-old and either a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old, all right? So why would they be having a domestic trial this past year over a custody hearing?
I mean, this is interesting. Do y'all not think? So Donna, is this doesn't contradict what you're sending me, right? No, and I know, Tyler, exactly. Like 6 months ago. And who are they fighting over? A dog? Like this, it's just bizarre. So Donna, you clarifying there's a few excuse me, Mike's with the same last name. Monique's ex did not marry a man, so he remarried another woman. Some cheating by someone somewhere. Yeah, it's just okay, honey. No worries. No worries. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so it's very interesting, eh?
Custody of what and who? That part I cannot find. What do you guys think?
The emergency there, police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll send them back out to you. Our
Oh, wow. They're all very interested in this phone
boss
call.
did not report for work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We are on site and we can hear. Okay, I just talked to somebody there. Okay, I'm just making sure somebody called. 911. What's the location of your emergency?
1411 North 4th.
Okay, 1411 North 4th. We've got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
That sounds like a cat. Did you hear that? That sounds like a cat. Listen to that again. Let me rewind that. Listen to the end. Arrgh. Doesn't sound like a kid. It sounds like a cat, an angry cat, like someone's like going to be attacked by a cat. Listen to that again.
Calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get you on the line with
There's
the
a
medic,
kid.
okay?
There's a kid.
Stay on the line.
There's a kid. Here's a kid. I know you can hear a baby crying, but at the end, it sounds like a cat. I think in general, cops need to be retrained in area. Yeah, I know. It's just the cops could have done so much better. Yeah, I know you can hear the child, but at the end, it also sounds like a cat. Just the way it comes off, it sounds like it's weird. You see and imagine the baby. I know. I mean, they're going to get resolution soon. I'm just really curious to see, because we've got possibles now. We've got the person that actually called 911, which the police are so fixated on, and the criminologists, because they called so recent, so the business owner that he worked with, was he the focus, or did he have an affair and the husband of the woman he had an affair with killed them? Or did she have an affair? Or was it her ex-husband? There's sort of three scenarios: affair, business, or an ex now.
Now, as you see, the ex-husband, who I'm calling NC, there was a restraining order like people said there was, and it says mutual. So I don't know if that's automatically applied. So you guys have to let me know if you've been through that before. I haven't, so I don't know. Then he got married again a month later, right after they got divorced. I don't think he just randomly met this woman in a grocery store while they're going to divorce, and he's like, hey, want to get married? I mean, it's possible. It is. But still, think about that. And not only that, he just divorced her, about 2.5 years ago, if that. So they just got divorced. And then what if I told you their address? I didn't show you that, where they lived at, but they only lived 18 minutes away from where Monique and Spencer live. They were pretty much in the same area, same city, same town, only 18 minutes away. So he's still close by. I don't know if he still is, but when he was with the ex, they were still close by. All right. Now, everything I'm bringing.
So her ex gets remarried and divorced again, and also has mutual restraining orders in his divorce. So maybe that's something they do customarily there, but I don't know, man.
To you, hopefully law enforcement is already looking to all this. I'm hoping. Hopefully they see everything that we have found. All right. Well, I just wanted to bring you guys this information. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. Whoever did this, do you think it was somebody that Spence worked with? Do you think the other allegation people were throwing out there, it was a love triangle and one of them were cheating on one another? Or do you think it's MC, the ex-husband? I mean, there's no real evidence, but still. And then the motivation, if it was him, why? Why would he do that? And then you have this strange court document from this last summer over a custody hearing. Custody of who? Is it one of the kids? And if it is custody of one of these kids who was supposed to be 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, then does that mean there was a love triangle? Was one of those kids?
I wonder if her ex is sort of claiming that he's the father of the 4-year-old. Wondering if her ex is claiming he's the father of the 4-year-old. It's just so interesting.
Possibly the ex-husbands, and nobody knows about this? Did Spencer know about this and maybe told people at his job? And that's why when he didn't show up to work, his job was so hesitant of getting the police involved. Think about this. He was an hour late to work and they were already calling the police. Already.
Could
They were
be. Who
already going to his
knows?
house, showing up what's wrong. Your average, let's see you not show up for an hour and see if anybody shows up to your house from your job. So that right there might tell me that the people he worked with know that there was some sort of danger. And what was the danger? So it just makes you think, you know? But hopefully we will find out soon. My condolences go out to the family. And let me know what you think below. Please like, subscribe, share. If you're new to the channel.
If you haven't subscribed to him, go show some support. Let's pull up last night's Surviving the Survivor. We've got Jennifer Coffindoffer. We do a whole interview here. It's an hour and a half, and then we're going to get into Jack and Lilly. I'm going to speed it up just ever so slightly for copyright infringement purposes. Let's listen in.
Learning tonight that police were called to the Tepe home months before the murders for a reported domestic dispute, as investigators now urgently seek the public's help in solving this double homicide. And starting off the show tonight, we've actually got a family member, the Tepes, who says, hold on a minute about that domestic dispute call. He's here to explain that.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. This is the show that brings you the very best guests in all of true crime. Tonight, we are back on the horrific Tepe murder story out of Columbus, Ohio. Of course, Spencer Tepe and his wife, Monique Tepe, gunned down December 30th, a week ago, in their home. Of course,
you guys seem kind of diversified. A lot of people think it's the coworkers. I'm really too not well enough. I'm not well enough to really be able to tap in yet. Honestly, I'm more leaning on her being the victim, deliberate victim, but I could be wrong.
According to reports, Spencer was shot multiple times. Monique shot once to the chest with a shot that killed her. Several 9mm casings were found. No weapon was recovered, and that is precisely why police in Columbus are saying this is not a murder-suicide. This is actually a double homicide. We're going to be joined tonight by Chief Chris Anderson of First 48 fame, as well as Tom Smith, a retired NYPD detective. And it's been a while, but Jennifer Coffindoffer is back with some really astute observations about this case. She is a retired FBI special agent. We're learning that there's going to be a private vigil in this neighborhood, in the Wineland Park neighborhood of Ohio. But first, let me bring in a very special guest here, Rob Misla. He is actually married to Spencer's sister, Maddie Tepe, now known as Maddie Misla. And Rob,
so he's the one we saw in the other interview. Somebody that knows them. Oh, for sure. Somebody that knows them. The question is who? Her husband was shot many times, as if that person really had to hate on for him. It could be, but Trees, it could also have been that he needed to be disabled, that he was physically needed to be disarmed. I mean, I'm not a cop. They're all pointing to the husband being the main focus. I'm just not so sure.
Obviously, we are very victim focused here at Surviving the Survivor. Our condolences go out to you and the entire family. You know, I caught you doing some media with Ashley last night. I know, I'm sure you're still in shock, but how are you holding up? How is the family holding up?
Like you said, still a little bit in shock. Just trying to take it one day at a time. You know, we're obviously prepping everything for the services and whatnot. Staying busy, but still in a little bit of disbelief.
One of the more heartbreaking things that I read, and this was in People magazine, and it's also just got to be surreal to you to hear these big publications covering your very personal family story. But you were outspoken saying you still don't know how to tell the 1- and 4-year-old. Obviously, they're extremely young. That's got to be gnawing at you. Have you had a little more time to think about that? Or are you going to kind of put that off for a little bit, considering their ages?
Yeah, I mean, and not just me. This is the entire extended family, both sides, because we've had them for a little bit. Other side of the family has had them. They've kind of been with a couple different ends of the family, and I think, like I said, taking it one day at a time. And we've talked to child psychologists on best practices and how we go about answering their questions, really, without just like outright saying it, because you can't really describe death to a 4-year-old, or just like how permanent it is. So just trying to answer their questions in the right way and understand how they're feeling throughout the process.
And can I ask you, are you watching them? Are you taking care of them? I know family is.
We had them with us for a little bit. The Tepe side of the family is in Cincinnati. The Monique side of the family is in Columbus. So they are not with us currently.
Well, please let the entire family know that we're thinking about them. And I know you want to talk specifically about this call, but first I've got to ask you, tell us a little bit. You're married, obviously, to Spencer's sister, Maddie. She's got to be absolutely devastated. Tell us just a little bit about Spencer and Monique. People are finding out information about them through the media, and the media, a lot of times, as a former broadcast journalist, we get it wrong. But tell us first about Spencer. I mean, obviously a dentist, but the kind of person he was.
I mean, yeah, just a top tier guy. Me as a brother-in-law trying to compare myself to him, it's not even close. Like, he's brilliant. Graduated from dental school, is a great dentist. Honestly, so many people have reached out to me that saw him as a patient, and just had the nicest things to say. I saw a story actually earlier today about something that somebody had written saying, he gave my smile back. And then, he was involved in the Big Brothers Big Sisters program, he had a very large influence for his little brother, who is very successful at this moment. But he became family to them. Also, he's just he's athletic dude. He was always good at sports, and he's the life of the party. Really, he's always smiling and laughing, and just also very welcoming and open to meeting new people and getting people involved.
Yeah, I read that he's an avid golfer, but someone on the show mentioned that he wrestled at the Ohio State. I couldn't find that. Did he wrestle? He didn't wrestle there. Okay.
No, he did not.
Yeah, and just tell us a little bit about Monique.
Monique, it was also just bright, huge smile all the time. She very intelligent, also just very mindful, and somebody that was really easy to talk to, especially with personal problems. She was very open. She was also she was an active person too, but just a great mother as well. Once she became a mother, her life really became about her kids, and it's just hard to picture. It's hard to see the kids without her,
And I understand she has a degree or focused on early childhood education. But the reason Rob reached out to Steve Cohen, and Steve's been in touch with him, there was a story out today by Fox News Digital, essentially talking about a call that happened back on April 15th, tax day, 2025, which is obviously a few months leading up to the murders. And it was described as a woman calling 911, crying, the dispatcher asking, "Hey, what's going on there?" The caller saying, "Me and my man got into it. Are you in danger right now?" The dispatcher asked. No, it's okay. I don't need anyone." And it goes on. But you were saying you wanted to set the record straight about this call. So what's happening with the call, Rob?
Yeah. So first off, if you listen to the voice, it's quite clearly not Monique. Everybody has seen the wedding video and has heard Monique talk, and it's obviously not Monique who's calling. Furthermore, I've been very outstated that, Spencer and Monique had people over a lot. They had, house parties, and they enjoyed kind of bringing people together. And, I think sometimes at these parties, people get a little too drunk. And that's, that happens. And from multiple people that I've talked to that were at this party have all stated, yes, we remember this happening. The woman had just a little bit of a freak out, for lack of a better term. Maybe, was having some mental health issues at the time. But she called the cops from her cell phone. I know it says it was from Spencer and Monique's house. Maybe it was close. But she was at this party, and she just had kind of a lapse psychologically, I think, at the time. And that's from multiple people have told me that. So
it was a party and it was someone other than Monique, obviously unrelated to Spencer and Monique. So I appreciate you sorting that out, and we're going to discuss that. Once I know you have to go in just a moment. I just want to ask you. I mean, as far as you know, between Spencer and Monique, were there any issues? Were there any problems that you knew of?
No. They loved each other so much. They were perfect for each other. And just, like, not even each other. Like, they had no problems with anybody that I've ever met. Like, I've never heard anybody say a bad word about either of the two. So, and I just want to say that, our family, as far as I know, was not contacted by Fox News before they posted this video. So, I think they kind of just jumped the gun to create, just sensationalize again, have something to say. But yeah, that's the story. And I have multiple people that are willing to go on record to say that as well. So.
Well, we're going to take you at your word there. One other thing, and then I know I have to let you go. The police did put out, was actually during our show yesterday, put out video of this quote unquote a person of interest who's walking down the alley. But I understand, if I heard this correctly, that the family also kind of wants to pump the brakes on that a little bit. Is that correct? And if so, how come?
I don't know about pump the brakes on it. I just, we all saw the video.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been anybody in America. The video is just really hard to tell what's going on. It could it have been the guy? Absolutely. Does he look sketchy as he's walking down that? Yeah. Does he look like he's hiding his face? Sure. But could it also have been, a drunk guy walking home?
Well, it was also said to be one of the coldest. Hey, honey, hit the wrong button. I don't know what that means. It was also said to be one of the coldest nights in the city that day. And so, yeah, it could have been brutally cold, and this person's just putting their head down and keeping their face warm. But it was also mentioned because of the extreme cold that night. Not many people are walking around between 2 and 3 a.m. So, yeah, so it's really interesting. This case got so many possibilities and variables to it.
That too. So, I wouldn't say pump the brakes, but I just think we can all see what we're looking at. It's really hard to distinguish anything from this.
Again, there's questions, that our chat is very victim focused. Our community is a lot of victims within the community. But is there any kind of link or GoFundMe for the family right now?
Yes, there is a GoFundMe. I can send that to your producers.
Yeah, send that to Steve. Steve will get it to
okay.
And we'll put that in the comment section, everybody, for tonight's show. We'll put in
I'm just looking at the picture of these kids, and I sneezed and I don't know what button is going on. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. I think I'm just going to ignore it because I don't know what you're talking about, you two. It's just an interesting, I'm not sure. I'm just thinking, why is the ex-husband fighting for custody? Were these two having an affair? Is this 4-year-old? I don't know. I'm kind of fixated on this. Was this 4-year-old potentially being raised by Spencer and the ex-husband's claiming this is his daughter? I mean, I don't think you go to court to fight for custody for a dog. Do you? Do you go to court for fighting for custody for a dog?
The GoFundMe. And Rob, please reach out if we can help you in any way. We built a big platform here, and if there's anything we can do to get the word out or help you. And again, a lot of people say it, but I mean it. Please let the entire family know that our community of 185,000 strong is thinking of them and hoping that there's a resolution to this case really soon.
No,
absolutely.
Tyler.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Good. Hey,
Talk to you again soon. Take care.
Right. Bye.
Heavy stuff. And this is why true crime is not something to be taken lightly, because these are real people with real lives. And kudos to Steve Cohen. I see his beautiful face back there in the waiting room. But he reached out to Steve. Steve had been in touch with him, wanted to set the record straight about that Fox News digital article.
True.
I know we're awaiting Chris Anderson, but we've got Jennifer Koffendorfer, retired FBI special agent. It's been a while since Koff has been here, and we're going to get her back more often. And Tom Smith, retired NYPD detective. No two better people to hear from about this case.
Krista?
And Jennifer, let me start with you. That was Spencer's brother-in-law. He is married to Spencer's sister. essentially reaching out to us
Hello,
to say,
Cindy.
hey, wait a second, there's a story about this
Yes, we said
domestic
that,
call
Bea.
that came in on April 15th, but it wasn't Monique. It was someone else in the house. Does that change your perspective on that call at all?
Yeah, it sure does. And first of all, I also want to extend my deepest condolences to this family. I just can't imagine waking up to that kind of news as a relative. But secondarily, obviously, believe him. I'm always hesitant every time I see something, hit the news, hit online. I take what they call a tactical minute and just, try to look at all the circumstances and wait to see how it ferrets out. And I'm glad he was able to come on. Thank you for making that platform for him so he could explain.
Yeah. Going back to you, Jennifer, and again, we're waiting on Chief Chris Anderson as well. Hopefully he'll join. He's running for sheriff. He's a busy man. He's a politician now, so might be shaking some hands before he gets here, but we're going to try to get him on. But Jen Coffendorfer, just kind of from a bird's eye view, this is a very fascinating case, and I hate using that word. Nancy Grace once yelled at me for using that word related to another case, but here you have two seemingly beautiful people in love with each other, seemingly happily married. We just heard from the brother-in-law. They've got two young children, and someone enters their home and shoots and kills both of them. And we don't know who did it. We don't know any motive, at least as of yet. It's a real whodunit and a why done it. This is a real mystery. What do you think of this, just from a bird's eye view above it all?
Well, of course, there's a couple of things that just jump off the page. First of all, no signs of any forced entry, nothing taken. You have only 3 shell casings, so 2 to him, 1 to her. That shows at least some accuracy. The fact that a 9.
Okay, so there was 2 to him. Funny, because initial reports said multiple, which would suggest more than 2. So Jennifer's now confirming Fugitive TV was correct. 2 shots to him, 1 to her. So that makes it a little bit different than multiple, because maybe he was just needing to be subdued, was shot first. And so then hence, since he needed 2 shots, the second shot to the wife, the first shot to the wife right to the heart was like a lesson learned from shooting Spencer first. I mean, the cops will have to weed through this, obviously, because it's super important. But so now that changes the narrative for me. 2 versus multiple, to me, could be exactly what the fugitive was suggesting. Fugitive TV, rather, was suggesting, the host there, that maybe he needed 2 shots to be incapacitated.
9mm was used. 9mm are extremely easy to handle,
Yeah,
and
2
also
now.
extremely easy to come by. So those are a couple things that come out. Also, the fact that
I
this
know,
had
honey.
a digital code that could be entered. The fact that the wedding was actually held there. I just can't imagine, and especially hearing about different parties that took place
Not
there.
yet.
How many people had this code?
The sheriff's
I bet
coming
it
in.
was a very long list, which is going to make things more difficult. And then, of course, the ring cameras, we can see them from 2 different vantages. We know that there was a camera also across the street. And then I know we'll probably get into it later. I don't want to take too much time away from Tom, but boy, these 911 calls are kind of making me think a little. I find them a little odd.
Yeah, and don't think I didn't read your tweets today, Coffendorfer. As a matter of fact, I copy and pasted one of them because I want to go through it, because Jennifer made some really interesting points in a particular tweet I want to ask her about. But Tom Smith, you know this as well as anybody, because you work cases and sometimes you get lost in the story, trying to figure it out and trying to solve it. But we started the show tonight.
So in case anybody's watching from work, you've got Jennifer Coffendorfer, retired FBI agent, and we've got a retired NYPD detective, Tom Smith, on the screen, who is interviewing. He said the mayor or somebody was coming in, I think he said.
If you're just joining us with a family member, and it always really hits home. These are real people, real murders, real 1 and a 4-year-old.
Yeah, I guess so.
Difficult way.
Yeah.
The family has no idea how to present the fact that their parents were murdered. Obviously, the 1-year-old is extremely young, but just talk to us about the reality
I would
of
hope
true
so,
crime.
Trees.
Sometimes that gets lost in the weeds here.
Yeah, like, as Jen said, our heart goes out to Rob and the entire family that they're dealing with right now. But, it's very hard to do, but the detectives and investigators have to kind of insulate themselves from this case and just ignore what's on TV, what's in the news, what's online and all that, and just get down to doing their job and not get distracted by that, which is hard to do. I'm not saying it's not. It's hard to do, but they just have to stay focused. And the realization that this isn't TV. It's not a movie. This is real life, and these things happen. And these are the things that detectives and investigators every day have to, pound the dirt and go out there and try to figure this out. This is not an easy one because of just the lack of anything. there's not even kind of one avenue to look at with, as Jen hit every point, the lack of evidence of a break-in. We don't know if there's any DNA evidence. That's what we're kind of waiting on. The video, I think, is a good start, but with any investigation, you have to keep an open mind. You can't just focus on one particular thing that's going on in this hour or next hour or whatever. You really need to keep an open mind into every avenue of something that could happen.
And again, Rob talked about GoFundMe, which we're going to get the link. We're going to put it in there. But Jen, before I get to your tweet, which I thought was actually really interesting, back to this call. So the reason that the brother-in-law reached out is this 911 call that's making news, put out by Fox News Digital today. Just to go through it real quick, the dispatcher basically answers the call, says, what's going on there? This caller, who the brother-in-law says is not Monique, who we're looking at, is not Monique, is crying, saying, me and my man got into it. The dispatcher asks, are you in danger right now? The caller says, no, it's okay. I don't need anyone. You want officers to come check? No, it's fine. A few interesting things about the call, Jen. It happens between 2 and 5 a.m., which is the window police believe these murders happened. It happened back on April 15th. But Rob, said it in passing, but it seems like they were not averse to having a party or two. He said that they would have, they would welcome guests, and we know that the lock on the door, to Tom's point, was a keypad lock. Does it concern you with people coming in and out of this house? And if there were parties there and people are drunk late at night, maybe they asked for the code, knew the code, and maybe possibly that's why it was easier or easy for a gunman to get in there, essentially unannounced without, breaking an entry.
Well,
thank you for the update, Wendy. I was actually going to cover because Rob Reiner was set to appear in court today just as we started the live. No, Terry's not here today, honey. He said he would come in maybe, but he's not here. So was the swinging gone wrong? Yeah, no kidding, DEA. Yeah, so Wendy's reporting that TMZ, because Nick Reiner was supposed to be here in court today. Sorry, just found out from Surviving the Survivor TMZ, because we're watching Survive the Survivor right now. TMZ is stating Alan Jackson to step down in the Nick Reiner case. Interesting. I'm wondering if that's because Nick Reiner is not cooperating, because for Alan Jackson to step down, that's a big deal. Okay, let's get back on topic. Yeah, that's what I was saying to you this morning. There was so many things going on. Gus Lamont. There's so many different things coming out today, trials and stuff coming up this week, various cases that was a lot to try to cover today. So might do a video later. I'm super tired. I don't even know how I'm going to make it through today's video. The rest of this video, another hour, and then Jack and Lilly, because I'm barely hanging on, staying awake here. But I might do another video today, if not tomorrow, on some of these other updates. So thank you, Wendy.
100%. The fact that this is a key code and that they have a lot of friends and that they had their wedding there. So possibly even caterers knew and flower individuals and all these people and friends. Listen, if I'm going to have a party and invite my friends, that means I trust them. I trust them throughout my home. And a lot of people are trusting and they're going to hand out that code. So I think it definitely will complicate the investigation.
Yeah. And just a few more things. And again, it's really important to understate and underscore, because this is why Rob, the brother-in-law, joined, was to tell us that this is not Monique. But the caller was crying. No officers at that time, Tom, ever entered the home. There was no follow-up documented. But months later, this home becomes a homicide scene. How important or not is it for investigators to go speak to this person, at least for the very least, to get a sense of, were there parties here often? What were these parties like? What was the nature of the parties? Was alcohol involved? Were drugs involved? Were they just get-togethers? How important is it to track these people down?
Oh, it's very important. I think the caller, I think, is important to get a hold of, just to get it off the list, just to kind of cross it out and make sure that was what it was, and that was it. But I think the course of this investigation, you are doing probably 100+ interviews with everyone they know, everyone in their inner circle, in their outer circle, everyone who was at that wedding, had access to that apartment. Everyone's going to get interviewed without a doubt. That's just part of it, and on top of not having a viable lead, you're going to have to just kind of open up even the area you thought you were going to be in with interviews and make it even larger now.
Yeah. Jen, to Tom's point here, who are you starting with in terms of interviews? And again, this is a real whodunit and a why done it. Look at this. Oh wow, Jennifer Coffendorfer. That is the real Jennifer Coffendorfer. Who are you starting with? Phil Ramos said you want to start with the last person to speak to them. Is that correct? In terms of interviews, who are you talking to first, and what are you asking? What sorts of questions are you asking?
Well, for me, I'm because this happened in the middle of the night between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. I am going to start with the people closest in their inner circle. That means family that lives in and around that area. That means their closest friends. Who do they see on a day-to-day basis? Certainly everyone at his work, people at the school that she might have interacted, and you just worked your way out. So just imagine for everybody in the audience, your closest group. Who do you talk to every day? You start there. And then you work your way out. You slowly, hopefully, are able to sort of, ferret out the people that have alibis, the people that weren't involved in this, and you just keep going.
And what are some of the first questions, Jen? I mean, pull back that proverbial curtain, which I like to say a lot. But if you're in that interview room and you've got the inner circle, let's say you're speaking to Rob Misla, who we just had on the show, a brother-in-law. What are you asking them? Obviously, you don't want to. At least early on, you don't want to offend anyone. You want to build a rapport. So how do you start, and where do you want to head?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the first thing, really, any interview, and that could be somebody that's a drug dealer, a gangbanger, it doesn't matter. You have to build rapport. You need to find some way to connect with them, some way to open up that line of communication that they're comfortable talking with you. After that stage, I mean, the first thing I want to get to is, where were they on this particular night on the 30th, in that morning, in the late evening hours prior to that? I want to understand where they were at. Then I also want to get a full picture of their relationship with this person. How long do they talk? What do they talk about? What is their association to one another? How long have they known one another? I want to get down to the brass tacks of all of that. And really, these interviews need to be very detailed to get the information you need to discern whether you're looking at somebody that's a potential suspect.
Yeah. COE, if you are listening, and I know she is, we have 3 kids who are maniacs, but if you're listening, can we pull up the 911 calls from the morning? Because that's going to relate to Jen's tweet and also the video, not just the still. But Tom Smith.
I love listening to him. We have 3 kids that are maniacs. No, Michelle, got even worse than that. I called Instacart. They wouldn't even pass me a manager. Super C was like, it's not our problem. They charged me $30 too much. I had to threaten to call the police to get my money back this morning. I had to go to the regional director of Super C to get they overcharged me $30 because Instacart refused to refund me, saying it wasn't their problem. And Super C was saying the same thing. So I did get my money back, the overcharge, which normally happens within a couple hours because I used to work for Instacart. But yeah, we're not going to talk too much about that. We're going to move on. But yeah, that Instacart needs a whole criminal investigation. The way they behave is not legal. They'll leave it there. Okay, let's go.
Do you agree with this from River Birch? Definitely someone that knew them, in my opinion. No forced entry. Your thoughts on that? I mean, if you had to, put betting odds on it, would you say it is someone that knew this couple?
I'm going to lean that way, but I wouldn't use the word definitely yet. But like I said earlier, you never want to paint yourself into a corner of, hey, this is what I think it is, because then you get kind of slated in the way you're thinking and the way you're talking to people and the way you're doing interviews. And you don't want to do that. You want to keep an open mind into every aspect of this. So definitely, I don't know, but you can make an assumption and kind of theorize the crime scene and what happened to that and the access to it. Do I personally think that it's someone they know? Yes, I do, just because of the factors that we know right now. But that is just my opinion, with not being at the crime scene and not having the integral parts of what they have. But again, like every investigation, that can change in a minute. You can have a thought and talk to one person, and that entire scenario changes on you. So that's why you have to just keep going with what you have and the evidence and where it leads you. And like Jen said, the interviews are going to be so important into the way they are now, maybe their past relationships. Was any, patient they had, did they have any problems in the office with somebody? There's an array of questions that you can sit down and just go through with every individual that you're going to have to with.
And Tom hosts an amazing show with his partner, Gold Shields podcast. Check it out. Jen, do you have a show on the YouTube right now?
Yeah, I'm still doing Break the Case with Jinkoff and Daffer, but I find I'm probably doing maybe a couple shows a month right now. So
Yeah. And then here he is. If you watched First 48, you know him. First he was detective sergeant, then he's chief, and soon to be sheriff in which county is it, Chief?
Jefferson County, Alabama.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of crackle off your mic there. I don't know why, Chief, but yep. Ooh, right there. Let me see that. There you go. That sounds a little better.
Is that better?
Much better. Yeah, we're getting. Well, nope, I spoke too soon.
Okay, wait a minute. I see what it is. How about that?
That sounds better, I think. Oh, nope. There's a crazy crackle. I'm going to have you bounce out for a sec with the COE, and I'm going to have her help you with that and get that fixed up. But so, Jennifer, let me go to your tweet here. And let me preface it by saying there's a guy named Dr. Mark Valrose. He is the owner of Athens Dental Depot. He's the first person to contact police on December 30th when Spencer did not arrive for work. Now, they believe that the murders occurred between 2 and 5 a.m. At 10:03, Jennifer writes, a friend of the Tepes made a 911 call and reported he looked through a window and saw Spencer Tepes' body by a bed. How did the friend see Dr. Tepes' body on the second floor unless law enforcement is designating the floor above the basement as the second floor? Jen, have you been able to figure this out at all yet?
Well, so really look closely at the schematic of this house. There's over 40 photographs that you can find easily on Redfin, on realtor.com. And when you look through these photos, it is clear that there's no possible way to see anything on this, what I call the second floor, which would be the floor.
Wow, are you guys hearing this? She's saying, after looking at the schematics, that they would have had to get inside the house, that there's no possible way, unless they were on the main floor, that when they called and they saw the body, there was no possible way that could have been the case from looking through the window if they were upstairs. Wow.
Where there are 3 bedrooms located. I also looked at just this house, the description of it, and how it's described as a 4-bedroom townhome. It's just over 2,000 square feet. It's not that big. 3 bedrooms upstairs, 1 bedroom in the basement. And then you can see sort of this sprawling, what I would call a great room, if you will, that is what I would call the first floor. In other words, right above the basement. And the way it describes that basement is more of like a small area, but it does mention that there's bedroom down there. So either they're living in the basement in terms of their master, I would think, or they're up on that second floor. Exact words of law enforcement where they were found upstairs. And I'm going to put that in quotes, upstairs. So in my mind, that means the second floor in these carpeted bedrooms. That makes a lot of sense to me because there's 2 children, only 1 and 4. And I can tell you as a mama, having those little ones, I was always wanted to be near them. I did not want to be at the other end of the house until they became teenagers. So we don't know. I haven't gotten down to the brass tacks of it all, but it's a little, just makes me wonder, how could he see them?
Yeah, and then the chief is back.
That's
Chief, you're muted, just so you know. How you going? How you doing, Chief?
I'm good, sir. How was that? Is that a little bit better?
Way better. Yeah, I think it was the AirPods. But I was saying, first he was detective sergeant, then chief, and soon to be sheriff. Which county?
Jefferson County, Alabama.
Jefferson County, Alabama. If you live in Jefferson County, you better vote for our friend Chris Anderson. When is the election?
May 19th, 2026.
After all this, what made you decide to run for sheriff?
You know, it's not like I've been doing anything. No, man, I don't know. You know, God put this on my spirit. I'm going to be honest with you. He told me you got more to give, and this is where it is. He's opening up a lot of doors for me. So I'm just walking through the doors that he's opened for me.
And if you win, are you still going to come on Surviving the Survivor? That is most
absolutely, man. I can't. You can't get rid of me that easy.
And for those who do not know, because I didn't know this for the first 2 years, but Chris Anderson is the gentle teddy bear. He's like 6'5". He is a large man, and he will be sheriff. But thanks for joining us on the story. I don't think you saw the top. At the top we had the brother-in-law, the person who is married to the victim's sister, to Spencer's sister. He said there was a domestic call back in April, which he says was not Monique Tepe, and he wanted to go on the record and make that clear. But it appears that there were some parties going on at the house. Your 30,000-foot bird's eye view is a very seasoned homicide
really,
detective. This is
Okay,
this is an
honey.
interesting case. You've got this well-respected dentist, a wife, 2 young children, murdered between the hours of 2 and 5 a.m., and no one seems to know who it is or why it would happen.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting case to me, and I'm glad you brought me on because it gives me a little bit of a opportunity to clarify something I said a little bit earlier about this case, because I did another interview about it. There's a lot of intricate details in this case, and some things that'll give you pause as a seasoned investigator. And there are a few things in this case that give me pause. There was. So when I think about how they describe the dentist, the victim in this case, and also let me offer my condolences to any other family members too that have been affected by this. I don't come in here and give my expert opinion to chastise or anything. Our profession, sometimes we need to give those attaboys, and sometimes we need some criticism. So, and that's just the nature of the beast. So I want to preface this by saying now, I've seen a lot of cases that on the forefront and on the surface, they look great. You got a suspect, and then you got a defendant, and you take it to court, and it looks great on the outside. But those intricate details are the ones where a defense attorney is going to pounce on. They're not going to talk to you about the things that you did. They're going to talk to you about the things that you didn't do. Now, there's one small area that where the details of it, I think that the investigators have to pay a lot of attention to. And that goes about his background. There was only a small amount of time, in my opinion, before the people or his co-workers started to think something was wrong. A very small amount of time. Now, if you're the type of person, very regimented type person, I can understand them saying, okay, after a couple of hours, I think maybe we need to call the cops. Maybe 3 or 4 hours. If even the most regimented person. But in an hour, it leads me to believe that either someone very, very close to him is responsible for this, or that person knew that there was something happening in his life that would give them reason to contact law enforcement that early in just a missing person, or him stepping outside of his regimented time frame. So I mentioned that a little bit earlier, and then after I said it, I started to think about it. Wait a minute, man, I'm not saying that these folks are responsible for this man's murder. No, I never pigeonhole myself into thinking that, we got a suspect right there that close. No, but I am saying that the investigators in this case need to pay close attention to that time frame, because that small little molehill of a little bit of an issue at the forefront of a case becomes a huge mountain at the end of the case when it's brought before a judge and a jury. Any first-year law student just out of law school would say, okay, wait a minute, why would they contact police this early? Could they be the ones? Because they're gonna, it's the defense attorney's job to deflect the attention away from their suspect. Anything that does that, they're doing their jobs. So I wanted to, and that's a long explanation, but I wanted to make sure that people understood what I was saying if you saw my earlier interview. I'm not saying that the people that are close, that the people that contacted law enforcement early in the investigation are responsible. Absolutely not. But I am saying that the investigators are going to have to seriously look at that small amount of time before they contacted law enforcement. And they may have already done it. It may have already been done, and because we as outsiders with our 30,000-foot view will never know everything that happened during an investigation. That's you'll never know everything that happened. So they may have already done this. They may have already moved forward, but it's got to be, because I heard another interview earlier while I was studying for this case. I heard another interview where an expert came on and said that, hey, I think these are the people that are responsible for it. And they were talking about the people that called 911 early in the investigation. No, you can't say that, because you pigeonhole yourself into naming a suspect way too early.
Yeah, I agree that, I hear what he's saying. I'm not a cop, but it makes sense. Like, we've talked about this on the other cases we covered, that every avenue needs to be explored and every possible theory and scenario needs to be looked at until you find the right one. But yeah, the 911 call was from April DEA, and it was another woman who was at the party apparently and had a domestic dispute, was having some mental health issues at the time. The cops never showed up. She ended up saying no worries about it and hung up. And a lot of the reporting came out, Fox News, and we even heard it earlier on this live, channels coming out making the assumption that it was Monique. So the family came out and said it wasn't Monique. It was just someone that was at their party. One window in the basement. If the person went to that window, there would be evidence, shoe prints probably, etc. Yeah. Now, I don't know why, if they have evidence that they got through the window or anything like that. I mean, we don't really know. Possibly a deck off the bedroom. Yeah, it could be. It could be, I think they're going to resolve it pretty quickly. I'm just really interested to see who's the whodunit, because there's possibilities for various angles here. So let's keep listening to this. We have another 50 minutes to this, and then we're going to get into Jack and Lilly.
So yeah, but there are a lot of things in this case. I just don't. I mean, it makes it more interesting. It makes you want to study more about it.
Yeah. What the chief just said, soon to be sheriff, is really interesting because he's echoing something that Jennifer Koffendorfer tweeted about much earlier in the day. And it is something that I never would have thought of because I'm not a trained investigator. But let me just go back to Koffendorfer's tweet, and it continues on. It says, why did the dental office call 911 after less than an hour after Dr. Tepe was late for work? And the owner of the dental office called from Florida. Maybe nothing, but I've never heard of someone calling 911 for a late employee that quickly. Could be nothing, could be significant. That's fascinating. He calls, and he's in Florida in less than 1 hour. I think if I was an investigator, you just want to be careful with the victims. You don't want to hurt feelings, but that is a very legitimate question, Jennifer. When did that thought occur to you, and is it still troubling you?
Yeah, I guess 2 nights ago. I know I was on Court TV Monday morning, and I talked about this because it just stuck out to me. Look, the time frame was 8 a.m. So I looked, when did this dental office open? Because most of them open at 9. This one opens at 8. They're from 8 to 4. So then I looked at, well, when did that first call come in? And it came in at 8:58, best to my recollection, right around there. Okay, so in between 8 and 8:58, a lot of things had to happen because that owner, interestingly, was in Florida. And so the office, according to the call, that the 911 call, etc., they contacted the owner who was in Florida about this. So just imagine that time frame. Now we're talking maybe, I don't know how many minutes, but that's a lot to happen within an hour, right? He has to be late. Somebody has to make a significant note of it. Then they have to get a hold of the guy on vacay. Okay. Then they have to make the decision to call.
So there's a comment here from this podcast, and the woman's commenting saying, in my 30 years in dentistry, if the doc was 5 minutes late with no response and we couldn't get a hold of his wife, we'd call authorities within 40 minutes. Well, that's very interesting. Seems to be very abnormal for most of the police officers, but this woman in their chat, Surviving the Survivor, which is what we're listening to now, love listening to him. And him in the banter with his mom is hilarious. So that's interesting. So we have different perspectives. And Nurse, you said the same thing here. You said the same thing. So you said earlier that you did not also find it strange. Wonder when the owner went to Florida, maybe people at his work saw some new things. Yeah, I don't know. Those employees probably talked 8 hours a day about their own lives. They asked because they cared. So maybe they're all considered friends. Yeah, well, I would think so. I think that's obvious too, Krista. Like, I think there's a clear closeness in that office. And maybe that the suggestion is that they're not necessarily the people that should be under the microscope as suspects, but maybe they had inside information that even the family didn't know, right? About issues going on in that home potentially. Somebody else I noticed mentioned in the chat that there was rumors that there was family visiting, which makes sense over the holidays. Did the family leave something unlocked, like a window or something? I mean, I hope these are the details that are going to come out soon. At the very least, I think and everybody seems to be saying it, I think they're going to resolve it. I'm just really, this is like your best case of who done it, you know, a board game, murder mystery game with like 4 girlfriends and some wine and, you know, who did the crime kind of case. This is when's really interesting. Yeah, it's a big enough house. Family could have stayed. That's possible. Yeah, that's what. Hey, they probably had patience. Well, hey, Donna. I saw your voice clip, but I can't listen to it now, Annie. But yeah, they probably had patience for sure. But would you not just cancel the patience after an hour and say, look, there must have been, I'm so sorry. There's got to be an accident or something of urgent nature. We can't reach him and we'll have to rebook you. But do you go right to calling the cops? I don't know. It's interesting. I'm just trying to think, like, if I didn't show up to Indigo, I'm not the dentist, so I get the different level of urgency, but how many corporations would call the cops on a wellness check within an hour? It's just interesting. So perhaps the first call in being late is because dentistry with the line of a client. Yeah, listen, there's no doubt about it. They've already said that there was clients there waiting. I get that. But I heard a rumor that Mr. Spencer was a partner, yet the owner said he was an employee. Follow the money. Interesting. If I knew them better than my neighbors, I'd probably call the cops if something was fishy about the stuff they were going through. Yeah, and it wasn't in his character though. So yeah, I mean, you guys are saying kind of the things that I thought. Like, I was pretty surprised to hear every single criminologist and every single retired detective to really hone in on this missing persons. Can you please do a call within an hour? But they're all saying the same thing, every single one of them. And, you know, they see this far more often than we do. So, you know, it's very interesting. But I'm kind of like you guys. I'm not sure I am as weirded out by it, but they certainly all are. Every single cop and profiler that's talked about this has said the same thing. Every single one of them. So that is very curious.
911, and within less than an hour, they call that 911 number. That just jumped off the page at me very early on.
Yeah, really interesting. Tom Smith, curious to get your thoughts about that. Are you rethinking who you're questioning? Again, the calls came in about an hour or less. Mm-hmm. So, you know, just to go through the timeline real quick before you answer that. Again, police believe that the crime happened, the murders happened between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. They're now obviously asking for doorbell cams, alley cams. We're going to get to that video in a minute. The first 911 call, according to what I saw, comes in at 9:03, and that is from the business owner. Jen, you said a couple of minutes before 9, so I somewhere early on. 9:22, I guess an officer arrives. 9:57 a.m., there's a call from inside the house about kids crying, and then a call that I can see a body inside the house. But all this happened in a flurry. I'm a little confused about the police arriving on scene in the 911 calls. I don't know if I have that backwards, but Tom, what do you say overall about the fact that the calls came in very, very quickly? And the first one from Florida, some people in the chat who work in dental offices say, hey, if our dentist doesn't show up and he's got patients, we're calling for a welfare check within 40 minutes. So I don't know if it's SOP or what.
Yeah, very odd. And the one thing I want to know is who from that office called the boss in Florida and why? Who made that phone call? Because someone had to call and tell him why they were concerned. So does someone have some information about something going on in his life that they were concerned with? It's kind of like when your family member's traveling and there's a snowstorm out. Hey, if they don't get to a certain point at a certain time, I'm going to call them and make sure they're all right because of the snow. So you kind of relate it to a crime with, hey, if we don't hear from him tomorrow, something might have happened last night about A, B, and C. You know, so those are the things, like we mentioned earlier, why these interviews have to be broken down to the absolute minute and actions of these two individuals with everyone they talk to. But as Jen and the chief said, who started this all rolling? That's who I want to talk to first. Who started this ball rolling with calling 911?
Chief, the commute apparently.
who was the person in the office that called the owner? Because the owner's in Florida. That's interesting.
Too, which people don't realize, is an hour and a half for this guy to get to his dental office. So, and it's Ohio where there's ice on the road. So
Okay,
if it was
honey.
me, I'd
Sorry,
just think, hey,
Donna.
icy road conditions. He's going slow.
I'm sorry you're not feeling well, honey. Go get some rest. And hopefully you feel better. Thank you for letting me know. There's a very big fence around that property as well. It's fenced in, so someone knew the code or went into the back of the house through a gate. Many scenarios. Yeah. Why was the owner, if the practices in Florida called so quickly without trying to find him first? Well, they said, Marie Curie, that they tried to call and they couldn't reach the wife, which was even more alarming. So in other words, maybe she was quick to respond. I don't know. Old-fashioned recipe, get better. Thank you, honey. Oh, I've got a whole bunch of recipes, but yeah, this thing's kicking my ass. Last night I was coughing. I pulled a muscle. That's an interesting. I pulled a stomach muscle coughing so hard. But I am getting slowly but surely getting better. But thank you, honey. Yeah, Donna, feel better soon, honey. Okay, let's keep listening. It's going around, guys. It's going around. But Donna's got some other challenges that she's dealing with, and we're going to send some prayers her way. Thank you, everybody. Keep listening now. Let's keep listening. And we're going to get into Jack and Lilly.
Or today, he'll be here. It is very curious. Or do you agree with Tom? Do you need to speak to whoever alerted the boss in Florida to call 911? Is that one of your first interviews? And with that mellifluous voice of yours, what are you asking that person?
So yeah, that's definitely one of my first stops. I've always investigated cases kind of like, I guess the best description I can give is like a bullseye, like a target. You start off in that where the victim is found. That's where you start off at, and then you move away. So once you've gotten through the crime scene, you don't move until after you've gotten all your questions answered, even if you have to go back to and re-interview witnesses. So yeah, the people at the dentist office, they would see several visits with, Detective Chris Anderson, the Chief Chris Anderson, Sheriff Chris Anderson. I'd be there a couple of different times because I've got to make sure that all of my questions are answered and their answers are satisfactory to what we've done in this investigation. So yeah, I'm gonna go from top to bottom with them. How long have you known the dentist? What's your relationship? What do you know about his family life? What do you know about the things that he does outside of dentistry work? Is he a party guy? Does he occasionally party with alcohol, or drugs or anything? I've got to get every intricate detail of his life because the details are what matter.
See, someone else commented and agrees with you all. My husband and I worked together. If he was an hour late, they couldn't contact either of us. Someone is coming to look for us immediately. When someone is reliable consistently, I can see the worry. Especially when they have patience, right? Like you're not just showing up to work to do a desk job. You've got a room full of patients for the day. I get both sides of it. I really do. I have no idea. And that's what makes this case so interesting. But they're all fixated on it, and they're the experts. So I guess time will tell. Are they all right or wrong? I guess when the outcome of the case is here in front of us, we'll be able to know, were they all overreacting?
Fascinating. Again, I said this on the show last night. You've got 3 experienced investigators literally investigating a case in real time that is not solved. So it's fascinating to watch this. From Jenny, my husband and I worked together. If he was an hour late and they couldn't contact either of us, someone is coming to look for us immediately. When someone is reliable consistently, I can see the worry. So that's interesting for sure. My thought exact. Go ahead. Was that you, Chris?
Yes, it was, but you don't jump to the extreme of calling 911. I'm going to send somebody to the house. I'm going to talk to a neighbor or somebody like that, or find somebody that's close. But to jump to from, okay, he's an hour late, to we're calling the police, we need a welfare check, suggests to me that there may have been some reason for that.
Yeah, and you see here, Joel, he had patients waiting. Still, yeah, you would maybe send someone to the house, but then ratcheting up to 911 calls, a whole different thing. Now, speaking of 911 calls, this is not them, I don't think, in their totality, but here are clips of the 911 calls, and we'll go back to Jen Coffendorfer and see if anything, now that we're discussing this, if anything stands out about the calls. Here they are.
Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? 911, what's the location of your emergency? We got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just took a wellness check. We just came here. He appears dead. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood.
Okay, that's interesting. We just heard Jennifer Coffendorfer say, I'm curious to see what her answer is going to be. Yeah, if you're going to be late or sick, you call into work. True. But I get it, Trees. It's just, we are all kind of at odds with the police who see this on the daily. So they mustn't experience this that often where people resort to 911. And Jennifer did say, and I'm so curious to hear what she says, because he just said he appears to be off the bed on the floor and there's blood. And she's saying there's no way they could have seen into the bedroom in the house from a window. Hope says, my coworkers, even online work, know me and I'm not late or nor take off. I left company laid off with 8 months POD days. No, I know, honey. I get it. But that's why I'm so curious that the cops and the profiles are all of them saying the same thing. Let's hear what she has to say about this, because she's already stated, having reviewed the floor plans, that there's no way that they could have seen without being in the house that he was just off his bed. So they're very interesting.
I can get closer to more than that. Okay, you can tell he's not breathing or anything. Yeah.
I'm going to hold it there. This goes on for a little bit, so I think we might have a bunch of the calls here. But Jen Coffendorfer, to you, and Chris, I just muted you, and I'll unmute you in a minute. But Jen, what about this call? I mean, this person sounds legitimate, at least to me, sounds legitimately upset that there's a dead body on the floor. Again, you were questioning the actual floor plan, and how a person could see that. But what are you hearing when you're listening to this part of the 911 call?
Well, again, for me, it was just the logistics of it all, because we know, according to law enforcement, he was found, quote unquote, upstairs. And for him to describe next to the bed would insinuate that he is in a bedroom, that the body is in a bedroom. And I just wonder how he's seeing it. We know he is not inside. I double and triple checked that. All the reports, the police, he saw this through a window. And so it just gives me pause. The other thing is, of course, the quickness, again, for all of this to happen for this friend. And remember, one of these individuals was a coworker. So somehow they made it an hour and a half through the snow. You can see in the alley picture, right, that you're probably going to show the possible, person of interest. I find that very interesting. I mean, this is icy. It looks this way to me. So it's not the greatest conditions to drive approximately an hour and a half. So they must have left right away, straight away, after he wasn't there at the 8 o'clock open. Anyway, I don't like the time frame. And
it's true, because it would have been during rush hour traffic time, and Spencer and Monique lived downtown, so they would have had to leave. And apparently, we've already heard that he had to his commute was a long way away, and I think I looked it up, about an hour away. His commute to his office was an hour and away, which is why she's saying they would have had to leave almost right away to go to the house. Yeah, Krista, something ain't adding up. I'm just wondering if the guy we just heard is not the suspect. The guy we didn't because she's making a lot of sense here. How does he know the body's on the floor beside the bed with blood, apparently saying he can see through the window, when the window in the bedroom are on the second floor? Very interesting. Very interesting.
I'm confused about how he could see what he said he saw.
Fascinating. Okay, here's back to the 911 call. I'm going to continue to play it out.
No, that's what she's saying, nurse. She's just saying she absolutely double checked that he was not in the house. And he's saying he can see through the window a body. He's not in the house. And the bedroom is upstairs on the second floor, where he says Spencer's on the ground beside the bed. I don't know, Hope. You guys are giving them a lot of string. You guys are giving them a lot of opportunity. I don't know. I'm erring on something's a foul in that office, maybe. I don't know, man. Maybe the affair was with somebody in the office for all we know. We don't know.
Okay. All right. Understand. Okay. And then when was the last time somebody spoke to him?
You know?
Yes.
Maybe Spencer was, who knows? This is all legend. Having an affair with somebody in the office, another woman. Who knows? Or a woman and the husband of the woman is in the office. Like, we don't know. But could coworker go into a shed and get a ladder? Absolutely, they could. But I don't know, man. Doesn't sound like it.
Today, I suppose.
Yesterday. Okay. How old is he?
37.
Yeah, but he wasn't inside. This is what you guys keep missing. She just said that she verified he was outside at the time of this call. So they didn't get inside, yet he can see the body, in his own words, on the second story. So you guys are giving him way too much rope here. She's just said she confirmed that he wasn't inside. You think? Well, yeah. So if he was inside, was he the murderer? No, zero way. If you see the backyard, only the basement window. There's no deck, only stairs going up to the rear door. You see the pics. Yeah. Thank you. That's my point, Trees. And that's what Jennifer's saying. She's verified he was not in the house, supposedly, when he called, unless he was in the house and he was the suspect, right? I don't know. And I don't know. I have no idea.
No. Okay. All right. Just that's a really young.
You can hear the kids crying for sure. Okay. Yeah.
All right. We're on our way.
Columbus Police, Tech 107.
Yes, I would like to ask for a wellness check on an individual at their home.
By the way, this is obviously out of chronological order. I believe this must be the dental owner here asking for a wellness check, and then we'll get Tom's take on the flip side of this part of the call.
Well, I'm currently in the state of Florida. I'm on vacation, but this individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
I'm in Florida on vacation. Was he there the night before and drove to Florida? How far is the drive to Florida?
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. Does he have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
Okay. So
His
you're
two
in
kids in
Florida.
the home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
Did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character.
I'm going to hold it right there. I mean, Tom Smith, it's curious at the very least. You can look at it in two ways. Obviously, this could be an incredibly caring, overly cautious boss who wants to make sure his employee is fine and safe. And you can look at it through another lens that it's a little strange that he's calling with this concern. Also, you mentioned at least twice, I counted, or 3 times maybe, that he was in the state of Florida, that he's out of state. How closely do you have to, if in your line of work, listen to this call over and over in order to prepare questions for this person if you get them into the interview room, or when you do get them into the interview room?
It's concerning, and we all said it. I think more of the issue is like what all of us said. From that to everything laying out was so fast and so quick is the odd part of it. The other thing, there's 2 things that stood out in my mind listening to him again. One, he mentions trying to call the wife also, which, why? Why are you reaching out to her? He's a few minutes late, I get it. But that's another part that's a little odd. We're trying to contact the wife. And the other part was, again, it may not be anything, but just us doing these for more than half of our life. when she asks, is there a problem, there's a good pause that he has before he answers it. Kind of deliberating, no, there's no problem. So that pause in there would definitely be a line of questioning to this individual once you talk to him.
Chris Anderson, there are already people in chat saying, how dare these people question this caring boss? But when you're an investigator, you have to ask difficult questions and you have to go to places that are uncomfortable. I do that by accident most of the time, and I get yelled at for it. I don't do it intentionally. But look, there's going to be people who are like, I can't, believe this.
So Crystal Tucker says in the comments in the Surviving the Survivor podcast, which we're listening to here now, no one is suspecting the coworkers. Well, the cops are, Crystal. I think the issues that the coworkers may have been that there was trouble in the couple's life, therefore jumped to 911, went away. It would be too TBF. Yeah, it's just wow, it's something to say. Yeah, I don't know. We have no idea, right? This is that we're all just speculating and guessing, but it is definitely a mysterious and whodunit kind of situation. So, but the cops are repeatedly saying the same thing. And he also just mentioned something very interesting, right? The pause, if there's a problem, the pause. Let's just rewind that a little bit and listen to that again.
37.
Do you like a drug user or anything like that?
No. Okay.
All right. Just if that's a real young age.
Yes, I understand.
Okay. All right. We're on our way.
Hold on.
I can't get closer to
Thing stands out about the calls. Here they are.
Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? 911, what's the location of your emergency? You got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just took a ownership. We just couldn't hear him. He appears dead. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, in this blood. I can't get closer to see more than that.
Okay. So you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold it there. This goes on for a little bit, so I think we might have a bunch of the calls here. But Jen Coffendoffer to you, and Chris, I just muted you, and I'll unmute you in a minute. But Jen, what about this call? I mean, this person sounds legitimate, at least to me, sounds legitimately upset that there's a dead body on the floor. Again, Tom's taking the flip side of this part of the call.
Well, I'm currently in the state of Florida. I'm on vacation, but this individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. So do you have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
Okay.
His family or anybody that lives in the house. So is there somebody else living in the house? We can't get a hold of him, his wife, his family, or anybody that lives in the house. Was there somebody else in the house? Interesting.
So
There's two kids in the home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
Did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character.
I'm going to hold it right there. I mean, Tom Smith, it's curious at the very least. You can look at it.
Well, there's no way he drove because I just Googled it, and it's 15-hour and 38-minute from Columbus, Ohio to mid Florida. And you can drive from one part of Florida to the other, in 6 hours, 7 hours. So say take 3.5. So it would have been at least a 12-hour drive. So there's no way he would have had to. And is he in Florida? How do we really know?
Two ways. Obviously,
I don't know.
This could be an incredibly caring, overly
I
cautious
agree, Becky. Could be.
boss who wants to make sure his employee is fine and safe. And you can look at it through another lens that it's a little strange that he's calling with this concern. Also, he mentioned at least twice, I counted, or 3 times maybe, that he was in the state of Florida,
No, nurse,
that
I'm
he's
gonna
out of
listen.
state. How closely do you have to, if in your line of work, listen to this call over and over in order to prepare questions for this person if you get them into the interview room, or when you do get them into the interview room?
It's concerning, and we all said it. I think more of the issue is like what all of us said. From that to everything laying out was like so fast and so quick is the odd part of it. The other thing, there's 2 things that stood out in my mind listening to him again. One, he mentions trying to call the wife also, which, why? Why are you reaching out to her? He's a few minutes late, I get it, but that's another part that's a little odd. We're trying to contact the wife. And the other part was, again, it may not be anything, but just us doing these for more than half of our life. When she asks, is there a problem? There's a good pause that he has before he answers it. Kind of deliberating. No, there's no problem. So that pause in there
exactly,
would
honey.
definitely be a line of questioning to this individual once you talk to him.
Chris Anderson, there are already people in chat saying, how dare these people question this caring boss? But when you're an investigator, you have to ask difficult questions and you have to go to places that are uncomfortable. I do that
I know.
by accident most of the time, and I get yelled at for it. I don't do it intentionally. But look, there's going to be people who are like, I can't, believe this panel that are questioning the boss. What do you say to them? Because it is very sensitive. Oh, I think I have you muted. Hang on, Chief. Hang on one sec. And there you go. Unmuted. There you go.
All right. So yeah, I would say to those people, the questions that are not asked are those questions that will get this case, when it goes to trial. Those will be the places where the defense attorney is going to target the cases, and could be the potential where a person who may be very well guilty, those will be the evidence that is used in order to shed or.
Well, interestingly enough, it's a great point, because he doesn't mention where the wife is. Maybe, assuming, let's just continue on the narrative, because they're defending their narrative. They're doubling down on it because he's addressing it right now. People are questioning you to be focused on the boss. And he's like, well, we've been doing this half our lives. If this guy that's calling is the perpetrator, if, maybe he doesn't care about the wife, maybe I don't know. Maybe the wife is the one he intended to hurt and he feels bad about Spencer. Who knows? We could be speculating all day long. We're going to find out when the cops tell us, I guess, the truth. But you're right. There's so many interesting things to consider in this case. It's just wild.
Or push light away from that defendant. So we're not saying that the store owners or anybody that's involved there are involved in this murder. And by no means, we're not saying it. But I am saying that you have to question those folks to make sure. If you don't ask the question, it's going to come back and haunt you when this case goes to trial. That we've seen plenty of guilty people get off because the law enforcement in those cases did not do a good job of investigating the cases in the beginning. Cases are, and we have said this 100 times. I've said this 100 times on your show. Cases are won and lost in the preliminary stages of the investigation.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Because I've been saying that with Jack and Lilly. Hey, Veronica, how are you, honey? Nice to see you. So this is the chief running for sheriff. And he's saying cases are won and lost in the preliminary investigation. Bingo. Very, very interesting to hear out of his mouth, because I've been saying that with the RCMP in the case of Jack and Lilly, which we're going to get to here in a half an hour after we finish this podcast. There's really not a lot of new to update on Jack and Lilly, so we're going to go back and do some reviewing of it. But yeah, that's a very interesting comment. It's true. And that's why I think the RCMP really effed up the Jack and Lilly case. But let's focus on this. Cases are won and lost by the preliminary investigation. And Every single one of them is highlighting this. So I think it needs to be seriously looked at.
I just want to jump in and just echo what the chief said. You know, one thing that I always say, like the chief just said, the trial prep starts right now. All right. It doesn't start once you lock somebody up. The preparation for the trial begins as soon as you walk in to that crime scene and you start this investigation, because everything has to line up with what you're doing, why you looked at this individual, why you didn't look at this individual. So anyone who's thinking we're kind of eyeballing the employees is not anywhere near what we're talking about. It's a matter of the way investigations are done and questions are done and questioning of people are done, because like the chief said, in the back of your mind is, okay, I just did this. What's the defense attorney going to say in a year from now? And those are the things you have to think of when you're doing cases like this.
Yeah. And I just had that question up. Here we go from a
Exactly, Faye. We were just saying that, you know, you see the cases like the ones we've watched just in this new year, you know, being resolved immediately, Camilla, versus the ones that aren't resolved immediately. And that's when the police don't do the right investigation immediately. It becomes a cold case. That's just my opinion. They follow the narrative of the parents, both in Sebastian's case and Jack and Lily's case. They listen to the parents, who should have been the main suspects, in my opinion.
Lane and Chief, I've got to ask you the tough questions. I just feel like you all have tunnel vision. What's your response to Elaine there?
Well, you know, I've investigated over 300 homicide cases, you know, and I've never done any dental work. So I don't know what happens in the dental office, but I do know what happens when you're prosecuting cases. And this is an area where these investigators need to pay close attention to. That's the reason why we're all talking about it. The moment that you don't, that's when you get tunnel vision, because your tunnel vision will take you outside of looking at the things that are.
I find the people in his chat really they're the ones that are narrow-minded. They are fixated in his chat. You're listening to a panel of experts. What are you listening to the experts for if you can argue with them? They might be wrong, but every single one of the people we've listened to, not just this panel, every single expert, and I've probably shown 7 of them now, on this one case, have said the same thing. Every single one of them. I think it's worth listening to them. Just my opinion.
Right in front of you. So no, I mean, you know, look, and that's fine. And that's a person's opinion. I mean, but yeah, I've worked a lot of homicide cases, and I know what's going to happen when it goes to trial.
Yeah, trees. Yeah,
it's so interesting that the three of them are looking at the trial, because that's where it counts, right? Most of us, I don't think, are thinking that way, but these three.
Well, I mean, there's no point in having somebody charged if you can't bring them to trial.
Investigators are. Jennifer Koffendorfer, a tough question for you, relatively. Can Jennifer please tell us where she read the 911 caller, saw all this through a window? I thought I read that myself. This is not true. In that timeline I just read, it appeared that person was actually in the house, which is confusing me. What do you know about this, Jennifer?
Okay, so I specifically looked this up, and it's actually, I believe, through what was released by the police. I just read this probably 3 hours ago, and then of course it's been mimicked on about 5 or 6. I try to always take note of where the information comes from before I repeat it. But I believe he saw it through a window. I believe that came out to line this out, came out through the police, and then was further amplified through multiple mainstream media sources. I can pull it up though.
Yeah, I'm almost sure I read the same thing. What I'm confused on is that timeline that I just read, which could very well be inaccurate, even though I was looking through several of them, talked about how the police were in there when other 911 calls were coming in after the fact. But let's continue to listen, and then I'll get your guys' take. This is the sort of the tail end of these 911 calls. I believe that there were 3 or 4 in total. But here we go.
He can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
This is the boss.
Okay, we will send somebody over as soon as we have an officer available, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Our boss did not report to work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We are on site, and we can hear. Okay, I just talked to somebody there. Okay, I'm just making sure somebody called. Yeah, I just got a call from somebody, and set it back up for dispatch. Okay. Are you there? Because you're not showing that you're at the. No, I'm en route there. 911. What's the location of your emergency?
Number 4.
Okay, what's the emergency there? Police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
Before
wellness.
you had a call out there, they knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in.
So he's saying he can cure kids inside. He's not saying he's inside. Whether he's lying or not is yet to be determined. But he's not saying he's inside. I can hear kids inside.
At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or
break the door
get in
in
the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll send them back out to you.
Okay, thanks.
So those are the 4 calls. Jen Koffendorfer, I mean, one of the consistent chat comments is rude dispatcher. She's like, you just called. Someone just called. Dispatchers, I think, have to take a deep breath. They've been doing these jobs, many of them, for a lot of years. But again, of these 4 calls, which one stands out to you the most? Is it the boss?
It's the boss. And I do want to mention to this for some people that are wondering if, Chris and Tom and I have tunnel vision. It's not about tunnel vision. It's about you look down a particular road and you run it to ground. Yeah. And it's not that you're not looking anywhere else, but it's remiss to take something that, at least at blush, doesn't seem exactly the normal way a lot of people handle things. In fact, you can hear that's why the 911 operator, did everybody hear her pause when she's like, you're calling because your guy's late for work? So it's even odd to her. I don't know. I almost, laughed on that portion because you could see how this 911 operator wasn't taking it serious. And again, I agree with you that, listen, these 911 operators are usually very good. And she is a little bit confused. She's getting blasted with all of these calls. But let me say why I think the Florida call from the boss is the one that to me sticks out. It's because several things, the timing, but how he refers to the wife. He says something to the effect of, what's most concerning is that the wife isn't answering. And I was thinking to myself, how does he know the wife?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't work at the office. She's a full-time mom. She takes care of kids. She's a homemaker. How is he so familiar that he would know her normal actions? I mean, maybe she turns her phone off. Maybe she's in line for preschool in the no cell zone. It's just odd to me that he would mention that.
The COE would be an incredible criminal defense attorney, but also an incredible investigator. I'd be horrible. I'm not very detail oriented, but this discussion is fascinating. I know I'm going to get the hate mail. I guess bring it on. But look, here's a comment that I think is very important. It goes to what the chief is saying too. People who solve cases don't go off of feelings. Is that a universal truth, Chief? Oh, I've got you muted. I'm sorry. My bad. Here we go. You're good.
My apologies. Harley is walking around the house trying to figure out what Dad is doing, but you are absolutely right. And I appreciate the commenter's comment. We don't go off feelings because emotions are what gets you staying back or trying a case 3 and 4 times. It gets you, it gets you sitting in front of your victim's family multiple times saying, well, we're going to have to retry this case because I didn't do something right in the beginning. But, so yeah, we don't go off of emotions. Emotions are left at the door when you're working homicide cases.
Which is obviously tough to do because there's so much emotion in it. And I always say these people, 3 you see on the screen and all the ones we have on the show have seen the worst of the worst and put their lives on the line a lot of times. So they deserve a lot of respect. So I just want to say that publicly. Tom, back to you. Do you agree with Jennifer? Is of these 4 different 911 calls that we heard, and we did not hear them in the correct chronological order, but is the boss the one that is, I guess, most concerning, or the one that you'd go back and listen to, or the person that you'd want to speak to at least at the onset the most?
Yeah, definitely. Jen's, right on. It's a matter of, one of the other things that pumps up, and this is, as you do cases, you have questions as you're going through things. How long has he been in Florida? How long has he been on vacation? Did something happen that someone's notifying him, hey, call 911 because this happened a couple of days ago that you weren't here? Those are the things that you have to ask. And it's concerning and Jen's right on. I mean, it was so good what she said about the wife. What do you know about the wife? And why make a comment like that when you're away? And, why isn't he just telling the people at the store, hey, you're at the scene, you know what's going on, call 911, let me know what's going on. But he takes it upon himself to do it. The other one was in my mind, somewhat panicked woman driving to the scene. Like, I get your concern, but that was a little, to me, you know, another question to ask these people of the immediacy to get to the house, to look around and see what was there. I understand.
I mean, it's interesting. It is true. Why do they assume they're at the house? They could have been broken down on the side of the road somewhere.
Most of them probably know that there's 2 kids in there, but what's the overall picture that everyone's looking at? And what is the overall concern that all these people have? It just seems too, I don't want to say convenient, but you know what I mean, that they all have the same thought about what's going on with this.
Yeah. The more details I just want to get to before we say good night to this evening is Jen, do we know if they were both killed in bed? Also, the reporting says that Spencer was shot multiple times, but the wife was just shot once in the chest. And you mentioned these are 9mm casings. There is no weapon to be found, but a 9mm is extremely common, also extremely easy to use. But what do you know in terms of where they were killed and the number of shots from the reporting you've done on it?
Well, the only thing that's been released is that the husband, Dr. Tepe, was next to the bed in a pool of blood. So we don't know that the person saw the wife. And by the way, why everybody was commenting and I was listening, I went through the reports again and again. We heard it in those 911 calls. You know, a guy saying, "Should I break in?" "No, we're coming." You know, "I'm looking in, but I can't see." You know, so. Anyway, I can't find where somebody believes they broke into the house. I just wanted to make that clear. And boy, would that be a stupid thing to do because the perpetrator could still be there. And secondarily, now you're making yourself, your possible DNA fingerprints, everything else in that house. Now you're making yourself look more like a subject. But nevertheless, I don't think they were in that house. I just wanted to touch on that.
Okay. And Chief, to you, one of the things that came up yesterday, we had Phil Ramos, did 35 years in the Las Vegas Metropolitan PD. One of the things he was sort of curious about in real time was if no one broke in and Spencer goes to the door to let this person in and ends up in the bedroom near the bed, he was just wondering, you know, why potentially he would lead a shooter into a bedroom, maybe he didn't know it was a shooter, near his, you know, where his wife would be. You know, any thoughts on why the bedroom if this person didn't break in? Because you assume that he greeted him at some point somewhere in the house, probably not in the bedroom.
You know, there are a lot of questions. I mean, we haven't even, and that brings up another aspect of the investigation because look, so there could be 2 reasons. One, that he's so familiar and so comfortable with this person that he allowed him into his bedroom, or this could have been a robbery, but a robbery didn't really say as much because there was nothing that would suggest that this person was there to commit a robbery in the house. So, you know, these are all questions that you'll have to overcome before this case can go anywhere.
I mean, if this was my chat, I'd lose my shit. I'd be so frustrated, I have to say. Maybe the comments that he's chosen to show shouldn't be chosen to show. Maybe they're just a little delayed. But Jennifer, they've all just said, they've just validated, he did not enter the house. And Rosemary on the and Surviving the Survivor says, I believe they heard the children, so that's why they entered. According to police reports, nobody entered the house, period.
No, we talked a lot about the 911 calls and the calls that were made from the co-workers, but that's just one aspect of it. Mm-hmm. That's a whole nother aspect that you're going to have to overcome, you know. And then you talk about how the victims were shot, because if I'm correct, please, Jen, if I'm incorrect, please correct me. But I understand that the doctor was shot twice in the chest, and then the wife was shot maybe once. So to the common person, you know, that doesn't look very different. But to me, to law enforcement, that suggests a lot. You know, that there are not a lot of people that can knock off, that know that you double tap on in the center mass of a person's chest. You know, that they're not, and then you take out one shot, one kill for the next person. So that lets me know that this feels like, and we don't go off of feelings, but it feels like this was a targeted attack. This person knew exactly what he was going to do. He did that. then let off any other witnesses and left out of the house. Didn't kill the kids because he's not so. The kids are very, very young in age. But I have seen cases where the suspects in these cases don't leave any witnesses, and sometimes the youngest victims are victims of horrendous crimes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, these are all steps in an investigation that'll need to be looked into. Like I said, 911 call is one thing. Where the victims were found is another thing. The way that they were murdered is another thing. These are all aspects of the investigation that'll have to be overcome.
Another very interesting thing, Tom Smith, I'll have you comment on this, is what's not said. And by the way, I want to say, obviously, everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And I don't think anyone is pointing the finger at anybody. We're having a conversation about what investigators look at and some of the difficult questions that evolve from that. So no one is saying anyone is guilty of anything. With that said, Tom, sometimes it's the things that are not said. And on a 911 call, this person apparently doesn't ever identify himself as being with the Athens Dental Depot specifically. Never mentions that he's a dentist. Curious. Again, also doesn't mention that the office is an hour and a half away. Are these important things that you think might have been mentioned by someone else on a 911 call or no?
Yeah, maybe. I wouldn't look that much into it because he's trying to get just the factual parts of it out as quickly as he can to get a quick response and not hold up having a conversation of particulars of where they work, the name of the office, what he does, all that. They want to get, sound it like an emergency, which it was in their mind, to get it out as quickly as possible. But you know what? The one thing I want to say, Joel, is we don't know exactly right now everything the police know. So there may be some things that are out there that they have and are holding on to that we don't know yet. So to speculate on the avenue of the investigation or what they have so far, we may not know all that as well.
Yeah. Thank you. We're grateful for the super chat. Is it safe to say that each one of those callers has sat down face to face with law enforcement? I mean, the guy's in Florida. It was a week ago today. But Jen, what's your gut tell you about this? Have these 4 callers sat down in an interview room to speak with police?
I will say, absolutely, they should have been interviewed by now. They would be at the top of my list to interview, and they should have been interviewed. That doesn't mean they were, but certainly they should have been. I wanted to comment too that I also think it is very interesting that they had a dog. And now it is true that this dog is one of those, I think, Labradoodles.
Yeah, Labradoodles.
Which is, they're so sweet, but darn do they bark. They bark, they're noisy. So, that's going to be looked at too. I just find that very interesting that whoever decided to do that, did they know they had a dog? And if they did, was that dog familiar enough with this person that it wasn't a big deal to enter the house because the dog wasn't killed? Some people are very afraid of dogs. Again, it's a Labradoodle, right? It's not a German Shepherd. But I found that very interesting. Two, I found it interesting that they did not take the casings. So in other words, I've thought to myself, because this was so smoothly done, could somebody that had a beef with one of the 2 of these individuals have hired somebody? I mean, it's not out of the question. Look at the Adelsons, right? It's not out of the question, especially because of their shooting skills and their ability to get in and out, what they ended up wearing that has made their identity completely non-disclosed to anybody. And so I wondered about that, but they did not take their casings, which would be odd for somebody if they're truly, a professional to any degree. We're taking the casings.
Chief, do you I want to get that video as well. So forgive me, I'm going to extend your time a little bit here. I apologize for that. If these guys were criminal defense attorneys, I would not be able to afford their billable hours. If they were investigators working privately, I would not be able to afford it. But I appreciate them coming on. Now, Monique has an ex-husband. He's apparently a vascular surgeon working somewhere in Illinois. They were married, I think, for a very short time back in 2017. He went on and I read got married something like within a month of the divorce. But still, do you want to go and talk to him to see was there any pattern in that short-lived marriage or any red flags that came up?
Everyone in this case is a suspect until you've proven that they're not. You have to group everybody into it. I won't say a suspect. I'll say a person of interest. How about that? Yeah, everybody's a person of interest until they're not. Until you can prove, okay, I know that this ex-husband was here during the time that these victims were murdered. He got witnesses and we got it on video. And I know his DNA was there during the time. That's it. I mean, because there are plenty of suspects to go around. I mean, I won't say suspects. I don't want to call everybody a suspect. I want to call them people of interest. There are plenty of people of interest in a case like this. So yeah, you have to talk to them. And to piggyback off of what Koff said, I'm almost positive that these guys, everybody that made those 911 calls have been interviewed at least during the preliminary. If not, even if they're out of state, there's been plenty of times where I've had to jump on a plane and fly to somebody and do an interview because somebody was out of town, out of state, or jump in my police car and drive to, 4, 5, 6 hours away because, I had to interview a witness, and you got to do it early. So, yeah.
I mean, Chief, if the owner of the dental office, he was in Florida, right? Or so he says he was in Florida. Let's say he had a 3-week trip plan. And he's like, I'm not coming back. Would you fly out to interview him?
Absolutely. You flying out them interviewing. Yeah. And hopefully your bosses will extend the trip an extra day so you can get a little used to that Florida sun instead of coming back to the snow in Cleveland. Yeah. You flying down there to go talk to them. Absolutely.
Right. So yesterday during our show in the 7 o'clock hour, police actually released this. This is the video of, there's a famous case, the Sherman murders, that's never been solved, billionaire out of Toronto, Canada. And there's a video from that case called The Walking Man, where a guy has a weird gait. But here, there's a different walking man. Jen Koffendorfer, we had the brother-in-law on at the top of the show tonight, which seems like 3 weeks ago already. He said it could be anybody in the country, it could be any person. So to look at it, if you recognize it, obviously call police, but don't take it, too much to heart. That was his opinion. But obviously law enforcement is putting this out for a reason, are they not?
Yeah, I look at that with a very critical eye. First of all, this guy's out there 2 to 5 in the morning. It's freezing out there. He's in the alley behind the crime scene. There's not another soul, at least, that we can see here. Secondarily, I see so much in this tape. First of all, he's pigeon-toed. He's got a left toe that works inward. He is tall. He has a very long gait, and I understand he's on snow and things like that, but I think that's his gait. He's got a long gait. He's pigeon-toed. The type of outfit that he chose to wear, this particular jacket, this hat, I think somebody who knows him would recognize this. Only if you really know this guy, but I think you would.
Tom Smith, as I always say, you guys watch this completely differently than we do. And yesterday, I think right when he gets to the branch, it's tough to make out, but one of the investigators says he sort of looks left up into the camera. It was Dr. Detective Troy Looney who thought maybe they could use some contrast to see if they can get a bet. It's right around there. But
yeah. And he also kind of almost looks like he's stumbling a little bit.
When you're watching this, what do you see, Tom?
The very last frame, what we're looking at right now, that last movement of him making sure his head is covered and he makes a very distinct turn away from that camera. Now, one of two things is happening there. Either he knows the area, which I think he does, because not everyone just walks down an alley that you don't know. He either knows there's a camera there and all of a sudden it hits him of, oh, damn, I better turn my head even more. Or there's someone else walking on that street that he doesn't want them to see his face. So they need to timestamp that and see if there was anyone near that area that might have seen him walking out of that alley. But that very last scene of that.
Well, that's very interesting of what he just said. He doesn't want anybody locally to see his face, but I'm wondering if that means he was known to have gone and visited the house in the neighborhood. Just a thought. Just a thought that came up.
The tape is very, very distinct when I look at it.
Chief, what do you see?
Same thing. It appears that he may be on the taller end, maybe a heavier set male. And he definitely knows the area because 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, you stand a greater chance of being stopped by law enforcement if you're walking in an alleyway. So he knows this. Well, it looks as if he knows this. And also I do agree that something happened, something spooked him in order for him to make sure that hat was down and that it was secured over his face. So he may have very well saw that camera as he walked by. So yeah, there's a lot to this video also.
A lot to this story. It's a fascinating story. And I cringe when I say that word because Nancy Grace, number one, yelled at me for using it. But number two, we don't know who did this. We don't know why it was done. Someone else said earlier, maybe we should be talking more about motive. If you don't know, he was detective sergeant. Now he's chief, and he's soon to be sheriff of Jefferson County in Alabama. And he assures us he will still come on the show once he is sheriff. Chris, you're muted, so unmute yourself and your final thoughts here. And I'm curious, does your gut tell you this is a professional hit? Would a professional have picked up the casings? Would a professional have left them behind? Your final thoughts.
Yeah, so I would lean more so towards a professional, somebody experienced in handling weapons and firing weapons. Are they so much of a professional that they forgot to pick up the shell casings? Some experts would say no, they're probably not a professional if they forgot that. But yeah, I would be open to thinking that this person that was responsible was not just this is not a random shooting by no means. Someone was there for a specific purpose and a specific reason. So yeah, I absolutely agree that this is. I would lean more so towards being an expert.
You heard there that chief said they were not there for a random reason. It was very intentional. Tom Smith, retired NYPD detective, arguably the best law enforcement agency in the entire world. And here he is, Tom Smith. A lot of interesting things that you brought up. I think the most fascinating thing tonight were the three investigators telling us they were doing a second take at how quickly this initial welfare check came in. And I think that is something that should and will be looked at, I'm sure. And that is not to accuse anyone of anything, but that is what investigators do. Tom,
I know I'm not supposed to comment, but I'm just I'm trying to divide the channel, but I'm literally now wondering if I should divide the channel because it's so hard to separate my, intuitive stuff, but it's not a woman. It's definitely not a woman. I can pick up on the energy. It's not a woman.
Here, you were talking about how this guy was covering up right at the end when he knew the camera was there and making it a very distinct issue to get himself out of the camera's vantage point. So with that said, same question. Do you think that this was, at the very least, a very intentional shooting, a professional shooting possibly, and your final thoughts?
Yeah, I agree totally with the chief. It was a targeted hit because you have to look at it as, if we're not describing him as a serial killer, then it's a targeted hit. If it wasn't random, then it was a targeted hit. And that's the way I think it came about. Something was going on, I think, in their past, in their background. They ran across the wrong person. I think he was the target, and then she just happened to be there. So you take one out, you take the other one out, and not dealing with the kids and getting out of there. I just agree with that. And that's what I think in the end. It may end up being someone I think that they know, either one of them.
If you weren't here at the beginning of the show, we had Rob Misla. He is married to Spencer Tepe's sister, Maddie. So let me just say our thoughts and our prayers and whatever you believe in, they all go out to this family. They are mourning. They are fractured, and it is tragic. And they've got a 4 and a 1-year-old who are going to grow up without a mother and father. So no matter who did this, why they did it, how it happened, why it happened, one truth remains, and that is the kids are going to grow up totally devastated, something that they're going to be dealing with for the rest of their lives while we move on to another story. So just keep that in mind. Jen Koffendorfer, retired FBI special agent and a great human being. Jen, same question. Professional hit, certainly it appears a targeted hit. Your final thoughts.
Yeah, definitely. First of all, I always love being on with Chris. He even knows everybody calls me Coffin Law Enforcement, and meeting up with Tom here for the first time. To me, this was one of my favorite panels. It just was. Secondarily, as far as your question, look, I'm going to go out on a limb and agree with the panel. This was targeted. This was very specific to them. Whoever did this knew the code. Whoever did this knew they could get past the dog. They likely knew exactly where they were sleeping. That's how they could get in and out so quick. They had no animosity toward those kids, and they didn't want anything bad to happen to those kids. Those 911 calls bother me, and that would be the first road I would head down to see if it comes to a dead end or not. This wasn't random, I don't think.
Yeah, I love this panel as well, and we will get it back together. Just a quick programming note. Tomorrow.
Okay. We're moving on to Jack and Lilly. I'm sorry, everybody. It's taken a long time. With respect to Jack and Lilly here, I do want to continue to cover the case. And as we said, I am going to continue to cover the case of Jack and Lily's case. There's just so little. There's really nothing new except for some drama And I'm really not interested in covering the drama at all. And there's really not a lot new. So we're going to go back. And that's what we're doing with Jack and Lilly. But honestly, I can't go back and do 3-4 hours a day of Jack and Lilly. My brain needs bandwidth, and I just can't do it. So there's other channels that do it. And you're welcome to listen to those. I had somebody else comment too that can't listen to a 3-hour live, which I totally respect. But I've tried to do videos on this channel, just straight videos, and they don't get watched. You know, we got 3,000-4,000 people in our lives these last few days, 2,000-3,000 for people, and my pre-recorded videos get 100 views. So there really is no point to me going through the time to create a video because they just don't get watched. So I'm sorry if it's not convenient for you, but we got to do what the people here that follow me and show up every day want. And they like the community and the interaction within the community and talk about the cases. And we've become friends in our community. And so, you know, there's lots of other channels that do recaps. I have been considering trying some videos on Sebastian and see if those do well, but I'm not 100% sure yet because I'm still not feeling well. So I haven't really given it a lot of thought. But I cannot please everybody. So I appreciate the feedback for those of you that have made those comments. So now we're going to get back in. Yesterday, as we were talking about, I said I would go back to listen to Jordan Geddes. This is the tape of when Jordan lost his you-know-what. I have 2 videos here, my own and Jordan, and this one from Mike on Jordan. We're going to listen to. So, yeah, thank you, Veronica. Exactly. So we'll listen into this. It's 35 minutes long, and then I have my own live where I respond to Jordan's rant. So we have at least another hour going here. So we're going to be well into 4 hours today. And again, my apologies. I wasn't expecting the case to go so long.
Like if I took pictures of your father, your friends,
So this is Jordan Geddes, if you don't remember, and Jack and Lily's case. I don't know, honey. I don't know, sweetie. I'm not sure. So Jack and Lilly now. We're focusing on Jack and Lilly. Jordan kind of lost his, SHIT a few months back and went on Facebook in a rant. Jordan Geddes is the son of Duran Geddes, and the best friend to the stepdad, Daniel Martel. Hello, Michelle. Nice to see you, honey. And he kind of lost his, if you don't recall, a while ago, and posted that really cryptic video we're going to listen to here, and a rant, and we deciphered it on, which we're going to listen to on my live, and with the lyrics to the song that he was ranting. And then Mike did an interview with him. So this is, I believe, the interview with him. After I tried to find just the download that I play on my live, so we wouldn't have to go through the whole hour and a half of my live, because Mike, actually, the man here, had recorded simply just is Jordan Geddes losing his mind, and Mike has removed that video. So this is the interview of Jordan Geddes. It says part 1 of 2, but part 2 was never posted. So this is the first and only interview that I'm aware of that's on the public anyways, on Mike's public channel, for the public, of the interview he did with Jordan after Jordan lost his mind. And people were talking in the background. In fact, even DT had said that they were worried about Jordan not doing well. So let's listen up, okay? This is Mike. I'm going to speed it up a little bit. Let's listen in.
family called you a bunch of fucking child killers.
I didn't call him a child
Be a
killer.
little bit upset, you fucking idiot. Wouldn't you be a little bit upset? Wouldn't you
Thank you,
fucking
nerd.
lose your mind?
I
A
never.
little bit?
Listen to me.
You fucking did with your dumb fucking videos. And if you're fucking, I don't give a fuck. Anyway, this is going right to my lawyer, right to the lead investigator. I know who fucking you are. I know who my fucking Scott Chris Knapp is, Callie Gibson, Ninji, all these fucking assholes, buddy.
I have nothing to
Like,
do.
I'm going to fucking literally, there's going to be a cease and desist, and you guys are going to get fucked over this too. Because I'm telling you the God honest truth.
Well,
I don't know. Neither does my father. But yet I got more on like you, literally making videos about my fucking place where I live.
Was Daniel at your house on Thursday? Was Daniel at your house on Thursday, May 1st? That's the question. Yes or no?
That's the most hilarious thing.
Yes
or
no?
You have no idea, but yet you go and post a fucking video.
Yes or no?
But fucking change the narrative.
Yes
you
or
have
no?
no idea what was going on.
Yes
it
or no?
Have been fucking me visiting someone else. Maybe my dad fucking gave me a truck and I switched fucking vehicles with him because he's a good fucking man. I worked at a lumber mill, and I say worked because I don't fucking work there no more because of you fucking people. Isn't that lovely?
Well, you're avoiding the question. What's your...
So just for context, I know he's such a butt. No worries, nurse. I get it. I appreciate you being here, honey. He's such a butt. Welcome in, Jesse. He is a butthead. Just my opinion. He was said he's denied. He denied that Daniel and Malaya brought the kids over to visit with him the day before the kids went missing, were reported missing. And other people witnessed it. We've seen pictures showing them there. And his own father said, yeah, he was there. So there's again discrepancy between what his dad Durwood is saying, Darren Geddes, and himself. And I do not believe him. I think they were there. I think people said that a long time ago, showed pictures of it, and his own dad admitted to it and said, what's the big deal about it? Who cares if they were there? Why is he so afraid to admit they went to visit him is the question. What was that visit about that he's too afraid to say, yeah, they were there, but who cares? Let's listen.
Was Daniel at your house May 1st?
I don't give a fuck. I already fucking told everybody everything. I told the lead investigators. It's you people, you YouTubers and podcasters, fucking Lily and Jack Uncensored with your fucking conclusions and your assumptions.
I'm not in there.
Off.
I'm not in there.
No, I don't give a fuck, but you may as well be because you're a fucking YouTuber using my name. And you are going to hear about this later down the road.
I have not, I don't remember where I saw the pictures, Jesse, but I absolutely have seen pictures of them there that day. Yes, and his dad admitted it as well. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to let you guys chat, and I'm just going to do what I did with the first case, the Tepe case, is just show your chats on the screen, so we can get through this.
So for legality, I don't give a fuck.
I'm not lying.
I didn't do fucking nothing, and I believe in my soul that Dan didn't, and I believe in my fucking soul that Dad, I was protecting him because he's my father. Wouldn't you do the same for you and yours?
If my dad fabricated things, I would tell him to shut up.
Well, you don't know. You don't know nothing. That's the hilarious thing. You can't even pronounce my name right. It's Jordan David Geddes.
Was Daniel at your house? Was Daniel at your house on Thursday, May 1st?
No, he fucking wasn't. It was Thursday last fucking week. Because he's my fucking friend. I picked him up because he's got nobody that even gives a fuck. You stupid fuckers don't know what you're talking about. You think for 1 second that they let Daniel or fucking the 3 child killers apparently fucking not be in jail right now, you dumb fucker? And I'm sorry about the fucking goddamn anger right now, but you fucking have to literally put yourself in not only my shoes, Daniel's, and maybe even my fucking father's.
Okay,
like,
Jordan.
I don't get it.
Jordan,
you get all fucking pissed off and change the narrative with what I say to you, and you're recording me right now. I know you are, and I'm on live with you, aren't I?
Jordan, what happened to Jack and Lilly? What do you think happened?
It's none of my business.
Do you believe?
I can't put input on it because I don't know, you fucking assholes. That's what I've been saying for 5 fucking months, man.
Do you agree?
It's 5 fucking months I've been fucking hearing about this shit, man.
Do you agree?
You want to hear what I think about it?
Yeah.
You know what I think happened to Jack and Lilly?
Yes.
I don't know, Mike. You tell me, because you know about just as much as I fucking do about it, buddy.
Is your father correct? What do you agree with what your father says, that they have been taken to a reservation?
I don't have to agree with nothing because I don't know. Why would I agree with something that I don't know?
Well,
it's my father, but I'm going to fucking protect him, and I'll stand up for my dad any day of the fucking week.
Okay.
So this is going to get really interesting. Not only is he really rude here, but we're going to listen to his rant in a minute. We're going to show you the words to the lyrics of his rant. We're going to go through Hope. I don't know if you're still in here. We're going to talk about the tattoos. This is not when you want to leave the show. It's going to get extremely interesting. Stick around.
Isn't that what a son does for a father? Isn't that what a father does for a fucking son, man?
Right. But
Right? So why the fuck should I answer a question that I don't know about?
Because
that's the stupidest fucking thing a guy could do. Because I'm literally telling you the truth, Mike. I don't fucking know, man.
Jordan.
If I fucking knew right now, I'd kick the door down. I'd get my father and Dan. We'd go in there and get those fucking kids back, brother. You understand what I'm fucking saying?
So your dad has not been telling the truth. That's what I'm getting at.
It doesn't matter. He's got assumptions, and he went dug in deep. I don't know. Listen, I fucking tried to stay out of this for fucking months. 5 fucking months.
Okay.
I don't know what you want me to say. You're just going to take my words and twist it. I don't fucking know, buddy. And now you're going to be like this. Oh, he's avoiding the truth. He's avoiding questions. Analyze this right now, Mike. I don't fucking know, man.
Okay, got it.
I don't know. If I did, I'd get the fucking little fucking kids back. And there's 2 people that I'd call. It would be Dan and it would be my fucking father, because they're the only 2 that really fucking I can rely on.
All right.
Do you understand what I'm saying, dude?
Okay.
And then I got you fucking people literally taking pictures of my property, stopping in front of my fucking house because of a narrative that you...
I'm trying not to laugh at your comments. I'm trying not to laugh at your comments because I don't want to cough. And I pulled a muscle coughing in the middle of the night. My abdomen hurts. I can't stop laughing at your comments. Tree says, put a muzzle on it. Wow. His daddy, was on the property before the CBC interview, walking off the property. Absolutely. But his dad says, and his dad, Derwood, says, I don't know, Darren. I don't know, Daniel, rather. I don't know Daniel Martel. But then Daniel's like, yeah, of course I know Derwood. I mean, the lies and the inconsistencies between them. Okay, Hope, thank you, honey, because if you're still here, we're going to talk about the tattoos and everything else. It's going to get super interesting here. Oh, my God, I'm going to try not to laugh.
Scott Krishnap and all these other fucking things think they're analysts. You can't analyze a fucking toilet seat, dude.
I analyzed the neighbor or the person that gave me the information.
What neighbor? Okay, what neighbor? You give me information now. What neighbor? What address? Of who? Of where? And when? And how? How did you analyze someone when you're fucking in Europe right now? What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't want to tell me if Daniel was there on Thursday morning and you expect
he
from me.
He was not here. Fuck, buddy. I have messages on my phone.
How about Saturday?
I sent you a message. I fucking told him, I love your brother. I do not believe that you would ever do these to these kids. Don't listen to these fucking people.
Yeah, but
and
first,
4 weeks, 5 weeks went by. And then he stopped in my fucking yard.
But first you said...
I gave him a fucking hug and we fucking pretty well cried together. My father popped in. And then my dad made podcasts. That's the fucking God honest truth. And that's the goddamn snowball effect that's been happening now.
So understand that
what cost me my fucking job, cost me stress, cost me fucking a lot. For what? Because I was fucking literally trying to be a good son and a good fucking friend.
Jordan.
None of you people would ever say this to my fucking face. And I mark my words, you never would. Because I won't even allow you to even talk to me. Like, you're lucky you're talking to me right now, man.
Jordan, what your father did, in my opinion, is highly deceptive.
I understand what my father did. He doesn't understand the ferociousness of the internet, but he's trying to help these 2 fucking kids, which you fucking people don't understand.
Well, he tries to help Daniel. And I don't
How is he trying to help Daniel and he fucking didn't even know Daniel?
Did you see Daniel on Saturday, May 3rd? Did you go?
He didn't even know Daniel, but Daniel says, and I sent this to the RCMP, of course I know Darren Geddes. Of course I know Darren. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wait till if you haven't heard our rendition of what the song he was ranting to and some of the words he was saying, stick around because it gets pretty dire sinister.
Go together for pizza.
No. Fuck, and I don't know. No. May 3rd? That's a fucking joke. No.
Okay. Were you at the pipeline?
It's a fucking joke.
The other thing, the last thing, I'm gonna play this for a little bit without stopping. The other thing that I said in the video we're going to rewatch that on my comments of this response to this is that he doesn't show any empathy for the kids. The fucking kids. These fucking kids. Like, who talks like that about a missing, at the time, 4-year-old, now 5, and 6-year-old? Who talks like that? These fucking kids. Very interesting.
Where'd you get this information off? Because I want to know.
I'm clearing it up. I haven't published this information, but this is what some channels...
Yeah, but you get to fucking call me Daddy fucking Durwood, Jordan, Stu, all this bullshit. Then you got your fucking subscribers and your fucking fans trashing the fuck out of me and my family and my own.
Dude, you had some meltdowns. Listen, man, people send these to me and I share
I don't
them.
need to calm down about nothing. I don't give a fuck. I'm not the one exploiting 2 kids. Neither is my father, and neither is Daniel.
Yes, your father is.
Your
father is making a mockery of this. Your father is making a mockery of it. That's what we have a problem with.
You're making a mockery of it.
No.
My father already talked to so many investigators, talked to the lead investigators. He talked to lawyers about this shit. You don't think that my dad's been scrutinized over this shit, man? You don't think that my fucking family, my father, is not going through fucking tenfold struggles? Why would someone put themselves on the line like that? Other than anything good, unless you're a fucking YouTuber or a podcaster, change the narrative in the context of the situation.
You know what?
You got to hear me out here, right? Now, come on. How many fucking... Do you make any money off this bullshit?
What does it matter what anybody is doing?
Did you get a job cost off this? Did you lose your job? Did you lose a fucking woman that you loved that you were dating for fucking 7-8 years because of this shit?
Why
did you, or are you making money off your subscribers over this bullshit? Analyst.
Your father is the one. Your father injected himself into this case.
You can't blame my old man for this.
And he is misleading people on purpose.
You went on your own fucking inclination to make these retarded fucking videos.
Your father.
And you are going to get legality.
Your father brought this.
Oh, here I am muted again. Yes, please, everybody, let's be respectful to other creators. I actually love Mike and Michelle. I really appreciate your comment. Love you for that. Thank you, sweetie. Okay, I'm going to try not to stop you.
On himself. Your father brought that on himself. Thank him, Jordan. Thank your daddy.
Matter, so
Thank
why the fuck are you posting anything other than fucking the truth?
Because
you're trying to figure the truth out, but you get to fucking call people names where they can't even defend themselves, and when they do,
I don't do that.
They get trashed all too. Fuck you, fucking do you fucking like? I'm trying not to insult you now, dude. You literally, and all the fucking ones, Scott Krishnap a balance, Callie fucking Gibson, this Theresa Wing, fuck, who else is it? That fucking, you guys are literally don't give a fuck. You make these videos, you make these fucking posts, then you just go and sit back down, and then you get to watch fucking TV and eat your suppers, which you fucking get to do. And then you go and do it again the next day. And then you go and fucking post videos again of me screaming on the fucking phone with a song in the background. Do you understand why I'm fucking screaming in the background? Why I'm losing my fucking mind?
Do you hear what sounds like a saw in the background? Oh my, this is really effing. No, I know. No, I know. It's just wild. Sounds like a saw in the background. Is he at the mill? He says he's not working anymore.
You didn't start it. Your dad did. But seriously, man.
It doesn't matter, buddy. It doesn't matter. You have nothing to do with anything with this. So what are you in the situation compared to my father then? Tell me that, buddy.
Your father is lying. Your father is
fucking more than you in the situation tenfold.
No, he's lying. He's leading. Listen, Jordan.
No, he's lying.
You know that your father is making things up. You know he's making things up.
He ain't making nothing up. I don't know if he is or not, but what he's fucking trying to do, if he's making things up, Mike the Man, whatever the fuck your name is, then what are you doing? You're making things up.
No, I'm showing people what he's really saying.
You fucking analyze. I wouldn't let you analyze my fucking toilet seat. You know that?
All right.
Swear to God, man. Like you're miserable. You guys blow my mind. You just want to keep pushing for the subscribers and fucking with people. You think for one moment that the RCMP wouldn't have came and fucking arrested my father for making things up, or fucking Jordan Geddes, or fucking goddamn Daniel Martel? You don't think for 1 second that we'd be walking around here right now without fucking being in jail? Because if you do, Mike, you're fucked in the head. In which you probably fucking are anyway, because I can tell by your fucking voice.
Great.
Call me fucking everything under the fucking sun.
Your dad knew better when your dad talked to law enforcement. He knew better. He didn't say the same things. He didn't.
Have you ever even jumped in a vehicle and went looking, trying to decide, trying to ask questions other than jumping on your fucking internet?
You don't know what I'm doing, dude. You don't know the people I'm in touch with. The people.
You're lying now. I know that. You fucking goof. Fuck.
All right, dude. You're finished.
No. Don't. I'm not defending nobody. I'm defending fucking what I fucking believe in right now. And I just told you what I believed in. But for some reason, you're going to take this and change the fucking narrative too. And anybody else that calls me a fucking fentanyl addict or a meth head or a fucking all this bullshit, how the fuck am I driving around in an Equinox, a fucking $800 fucking vehicle, just trying to make it every day through my fucking life? Like, you fucking guys are fucked in the fucking head. And it's unbelievable, Mike. You wouldn't believe what you're fucking doing. You can't believe it because you're fucking making money off it, you fucking retard.
I tell you what, when I started out, listen, I don't
So take every cent that you made off this and every other case that you're doing just like this, go fucking put it into a fucking goddamn GoFundMe page or something for Lily and Jack. How's that sound? Because all I know for a fact that I never met these kids. I never met Malaya. I'm back on my father, but Daniel's my friend. But I know for a fact, I feel like I'm closer to these fucking kids than you've ever even thought that you were. You fucking asshole.
Is your dad done, or is he going to make more posts in the future?
Why would he stop now? There's no point in fucking stopping now. Just like me, getting my head drove in the fucking dirt. Why should I fucking have to lay in the dirt? I'm getting up and I'm fucking telling every one of you. Simple as that. Like, what else do you want me to say, Mike?
I think so,
Ask me some more questions because I'm going to fucking tell you straight up. And if you fuck up and you ask the wrong fucking question, I'm going to tell you how fucking dumb you fucking are. You and fucking Scott Prisnap, every fucking one of you. Fucking literally, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And I'm the fucking child killer? Fuck you, you
Nobody
fucking
said
idiots.
that. Nobody ever said that you are or your father is.
Yes, they fucking did,
I have
asshole. We
nothing
have
to
something,
do. I have nothing
to do with the disappearance. That's the stupidest shit you could have just said again. I'm calling you on it right now. You have more fucking goddamn things to do with negative side of Lily and Jack than fucking my father and I and Dan has ever have. So
and
fuck you.
Then you tell us what should everybody do to help find out what happened to Jack and Lily. And also,
shut your fucking mouths and let the fucking RCMP do their work. Just like I said, don't you think I'd be in jail right now? Don't you think my father would be? Don't you think Dan would be?
Not you and not your father.
Why not? Because they're going to let it go. Okay, let's put it this way. We're going to let child killers on the loose. What if like 15 more children went fucking missing? What if fucking the child Mike the man went missing? You fucking asshole motherfuckers. Listen to yourselves. Blow my fucking brain rate apart. It literally blows my mind how fucking retarded and evil you people are, and you don't even know what you're doing, what you're saying. When you didn't even do nothing but jump on a fucking internet or a computer or a cell phone. You didn't do none of that. I'm not saying I fucking went looking for them and whatnot. All I fucking did was send my fucking friend a message. I love you, Dan. You're my brother, and I don't believe what these pieces of shit are saying. Fucking right there, truth. But what you're doing, you're changing the truth. You're making people's fucking thoughts, manipulating them to fucking an alternative that has nothing.
So I got some texts from somebody titled Suspect One, rather, threatening me. I believe they were Jordan Geddes. I had to block them, but just based on what he just said right here, right now, I said it before, and now I feel I'm going to double down that I believe the threats came towards me from Geddes. How dare you try to influence the case? You are like, basically, your time's coming to an end. I showed them here on a live one day. Yeah, exactly. And I believe he threatened me too. I believe it was him for sure. I showed them here on a live. I have screenshots of them. And I thought, how interesting that you would, what kind of person puts their handle name as Suspect One and then threatens me about trying to influence the case? And everybody was like, no, I think it's Daniel. I was like, no, it's Geddes. It's Jordan, I think.
Nothing to do with what the fuck, because you're fucking, it's unbelievable, man. Hey, what am I right now? Meth raging out? Isn't that what some of your subscribers, meth raging out, fentanyl raging out? What was the other one? Fucking cocaine raging out? Like, fuck, man. And then you wonder why I fucking rage and I'll flip the fuck out.
Well,
you wonder why I flip the fuck out.
No, I don't wonder, but again, your father started something that I think you are not responsible for.
So what? So my father started something that you think that.
Listen to the deflection. The three of them are three peas in a pod. DM, Derwin, and Jordan. Jordan took upon himself to go ape shit on Facebook, which we're going to look at the picture. He exposed himself on Facebook wearing, we're going to see it when this is done in 15 minutes. We're going to go to my live. Wearing a mask of a devil, showing all his tattoos, and screaming swear words and profanities to a song that has a lot of lyrical context. And Mike's just asking him for an interview because everybody was talking about it at the time. Is Jordan Geddes losing his mind? And there's zero attention from Jordan about him owning responsibly why he's losing his mind. It's all deflection, deflection, deflection. They had 3 peas in a pod. No wonder why they get along and talk, in my opinion. They think the same way. It's zero accountability, all deflection, lies, misstatements, deflection, deflection, deflection. Oh, you remember now? Well, we're going to go there in a minute. That's why I said, if you're just coming in now, buckle up. It's going to get really interesting.
Him and I are responsible for it.
You're not responsible for it. You are not responsible for his actions and what I consider to be lies and fabrications. You are not responsible for that, Jordan.
Why would my father lie? If someone told you a fucking lie,
because
and you told that lie, doesn't that make you a liar? So if Dad was going off of other people, and like he was trying, he's trying, he still is trying. This will probably end up. So how the fuck does that make any sense, Mike? If someone told you a lie and you go off, you're trying to help. You fucking hear something about something, and then you have to go and do something because you feel like in your morals. How the fuck does that work?
So let me say
if you
this.
don't do it, wouldn't that make you feel fucked up?
I blame the people who had your dad on because they shouldn't have given him that much of an audience, because if you think that he only said something about something he heard, okay, then why did he get so much of a black platform? So I blame a lot of people, but I don't believe that what I believe he's trying too hard to help Daniel. Let's put it that way. And I believe that falsehood.
Daniel? No. He's trying to help Lily and Jack. And if anything, if he did help Daniel, he got Daniel fucking.
Or is he trying to help his son, Jordan? Hey, Cindy. Or, in my opinion, is he trying to deflect away from Daniel and his son, Jordan? Just saying, just my theory.
A little bit of a voice to fucking for people to understand too, but that backfired. Everything's backfired, man.
So did your dad tell you that he believes they're actually on a reservation? Did he say that to you in private?
It's not about being in private. Listen, everyone's got their theories and whatnot. You can tell me whatever, just like your fucking theories I thought about. It doesn't matter because I don't fucking know and you don't know. I'm not fucking in this until now, quite a bit now, and I'm going to continue on. I don't know if they're on a reservation or not. I don't know if fucking Dad knows they're on a fucking reservation or not.
Do you ever go fishing with Daniel?
But it's just like this. It's just like this. You know what someone did there fucking 4 days ago?
Tell me.
They fucking called my old man and told him that I fucking killed myself. So how the fuck? And he showed up fucking bawling his eyes out. And I was wondering what the fuck's going on. So we're going to go off of fucking hearsay then, are we?
I tell you what, I will make sure to let the people know that they... I mean, that is not cool. And I tell people, man,
But brother, so you're not recording me right now, are you, Mike, or not? I don't care if you are, because I don't care if this gets blasted.
You know what? I think the truth needs to be known. I think we need to have your side of the story. I need to have you telling people where you come from, because I want people to realize that, you know, you are defending your father, but that doesn't take away from what I think about what your father said, okay? And I think
I understand that, man. You're not the first one that said that to me now. You're literally probably about the fucking 5th or the 6th now, because I didn't go just after you. I didn't go just after Scott Prisnap.
Gotcha.
I didn't go after anybody. Gotcha. You got to understand, when you're literally trying to live your life, which I can't even do now. I got to go on stress leave because the fucking my job that I was a loader operator. I've lost that. I've lost the woman that I love. I don't fucking like. Why shouldn't I jump in deep? And why shouldn't I rage, Mike? Wouldn't you rage, brother?
I agree. I know, man. I raged today a little bit. I mean, look, dude, honestly, listen, tell your dad that things have consequences and he went overboard.
He knows that. He's still fucking trying, Mike. That's all I got to say. And if you ever talk to my father, and if you ever talk to me like we are now, I guess, without the fucking screaming and yelling and cursing at each other, you'd realize. Fuck, man. And Dan, too, if you...
Well, there was only one person cursing and screaming. I just have to say.
Talk to Dan like that. This is so blown out of proportion, so fucked up that I think that there's gears in motion that we have no idea about, my friend. And people are fucking twisting the narrative and fucking with everybody's heads, and it doesn't help with fucking what they're saying, posting pictures of my father, of me, calling it like... Come on, man. My father would be the first one to, and Dan would too, to take their shirt off the back for somebody. they would fucking, and I would too. We would help as much as we fucking can. But
okay,
I don't know how else to explain it, dude. I got interrogated twice. I fucking talked to the lead investigator. I talked to 18 lawyers. Every one of them pretty well told me to fuck myself except for this one.
So let me ask you only. Okay, go ahead. No, let me ask you one thing only. Do you think it is impossible that Dan could have snapped and hurt the kids? Do you think
that is totally? I think it's impossible. I believe Dan from the bottom of my heart, because if you ever talk to Dan, which you probably won't ever get the chance, because he's fucking distraught, fucked up, torn apart, just like I am. Not just I'm literally less than how much he's all fucked up.
Well, we communicated a little bit on Messenger, but then he blocked me. So I don't know what's going on with him.
I did?
No, Daniel too. Yes, you did, but Daniel did as well.
Yeah, but because I was, it doesn't matter what I'm doing.
Doesn't matter, I know. I agree with you. Listen, where can we go from here? What can we do? Because I don't let go of what I think happened in that house that Thursday night.
Videos before, Mike, and like you did say, like you would sound like you're very intelligent. I'm not fucking dumbed down in you at all. And that's why I don't appreciate people fucking with me, because they don't know what I am.
I will pass it. Okay.
I have no criminal record. I got no driving infractions, brother.
Okay.
I fucking literally worked all my life with my back. Okay. My right leg is gimped up.
Okay.
I don't know what else to fucking say. Like, I literally fucking try my best, and now my best is worth nothing. I don't know how else to say it. And I'm trying still now. And like when I say that I'm trying, I'm fucking trying, and I will walk right into it. If you gave me an address right now, if you knew something, would you tell me? Because I would go there right now, brother, and I would literally call my father, and I would call Dan. And Dan, we talked about this fucking times and times over, because I'm one of the only people that will even talk to him, that will even let him in the fucking yard. It's a hilarious thing. He said he'd be the first one to kick the fucking door in with me. So, and my father would be right fucking behind us. And like, if I had to get shot for this shit, I'd fucking do it. And I don't even know these fucking kids. But now I'm fucking literally feel fucking terrible about these kids.
Yeah.
Not just for my own behalf, but just for everything, how misconstrued, how fucked up this all is. You understand what I'm saying, man?
I do know that you didn't have anything to do with I don't care what people I cannot control what people say. If they say you did it, or I kid, when people say these things in my chat, all the moderators, they kick these people out. So, we don't have it. Daniel was in my chat several times, and people got kicked out because I said to them, I want the right questions. I don't want the attacks. So I don't
I'm not defending Daniel at all, but I am. I don't know. I know. See how I'm contradicting myself right there again. I understand that you're an analyst, but why shouldn't someone, like, can you imagine if I'm this distraught and fucked up over this? What's been happening to Dan? Like, that's a fucking heavy weight for a man to even bear.
But you don't know what happened on Thursday.
This bears the question. Why is Jordan so effed up over this when he refers to those kids like little effing kids? He's never met Malaya, doesn't know the kids. Why is he so effed up over it, man? Why? You got to ask the question. Has been paid by his own words. I've been trying to stay out of this. I've not been paying fucking attention. Then what makes you so effed up about it? Because you're being questioned by the police? Just a thought.
Night in their house. You don't know that.
I have no idea, dude. I didn't see fucking Daniel until goddamn 4 weeks, 2 weeks, whatever. I sent him a message. I didn't see him until about 4 weeks or 5 weeks after that. And when he pulled in the yard, I just got back from the fucking liquor store. Now, I might fucking drink too much. Now, that's my one problem. But I'm not a fucking addict. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree.
Everyone likes to have a fucking, and I'm not no saint. I'm not no sinner, but I ain't no child killer. And I fucking do believe in my goddamn heart that Daniel is not what people are fucking making him out to be.
And you know what? And having said this, then we can agree to disagree, because you know what? I believe he's hiding a lot of things, and there's a reason why I'm at it. And you know what? Your dad, I ignored him for the longest, but then all of a sudden I realized people get sidetracked because of the effect that he has. But I blame the YouTubers who have him on because that's how they get more views. They also exploited him. There are 3 people I can think about. They exploited him to get attention, even though some of them knew that what he concluded was incorrect. So let me make this very, very clear with you. I see every side,
I agree with Mike 100% on this, and I've said this all along. The family, unfortunately, were taken advantage of for clicks and views, in my opinion. And I just think that's a shame. Now, they voluntarily went inside and did it inside these podcasts, but they probably had no idea, and they were not forewarned what it would turn into. Just my opinion.
Yep. No, I understand that for sure, man. I understand what the internet is. I understand how fucking ferocious it is, and it can be. Like, imagine if I don't know how to even say this, man. Like, I'm a bit of an entertainer. I'm a musician. I played drums for 25 years. I play guitar and I sing a little bit.
I play keyboard. Yeah, I like that lifestyle. I dig it.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking right, brother. No, and good on you too. So from a fellow musician to a fellow entertainer too, from another fellow entertainer to another musician, like, it makes a person go fucking insane, because like, I could make a podcast and a YouTube video right now, and I could make a mockery of it, which I almost wanted to do tenfold.
Well, you can always share your side.
It's distasteful, not what you're doing. What I fucking wanted to do, since they're making a mockery of everything, and I fucking have a feeling, which I don't know, but I have a feeling. So feelings can go off a lot of things. Not only whatever anyone thinks that I'm fucking hiding or whatever the fuck, but I think those kids are probably fucking, they have to be, hopefully maybe, it's hopefully and a feeling that they're still alive.
No, they talked about...
And like, I know they might disagree with that one, but
I do.
I don't know, man. That's one thing. And like, I can say it again over and over again. I can put it into fucking 1000% ironclad. You know what I mean?
Malaya's language, I mean, Malaya's language, no, it indicated that they are definitely not with us anymore and that she knows about it. So there are certain...
awful.
I have certainties. They are...
Horrible.
Yeah.
That's truly awful and horrible. If that's the case, if that's if that's the truth, if that's really 1000, I'm not making fun of my dad. I'm making fun of the people that are making fun of my dad. Is what I'm doing, making a mockery of them, because you can't beat a man that tries. Can you not? You know what I mean? Like anyone else wouldn't have put their neck on the line, because no one else fucking did. That's all I know.
Yeah, and I agree. You know what? I mean, as I said, the people, they wanted him to talk and talk and talk and talk, and they wanted to create a mystery, and they knew how unlikely it is what your dad suggested, and he never linguistically committed to anything, by the way. He only made suggestions, right? And so I know, you know, and so it became more. So your dad was also attacked for certain things that but the thing is that, okay, I understand now more, having spoken with you, where you're coming from, and how things actually, and again, these channels that had him on, I said from the beginning, I will not have him on because I don't find him credible. And these people... I know, but can I say one thing too? Yeah. Just sorry to interrupt you, Mike. My father's not an alcoholic. He does not drink. Has not drank in years. Like, I'm talking fucking, when I was I'm 34. Gonna be 34. I always add a year, because that's just the way it goes, because you're going to be a year older no matter what. Now call me whatever I am for that, but my father does not fucking drink. Hasn't drank in over probably fucking 25 fucking years. What his nose is not a drunkard's nose. His nose is rhinofaciatia or whatever the fuck that is. I will look it up.
Like, it's a fucking just a rhinofaciatia show. I don't know but like, dad's fucking nowhere near what people are fucking calling him, and that's what makes me angry, because it's my father, right?
Yeah. I understand. And you know what? Now I actually realize that
same thing, same language.
These people, you know, So again, I have nothing to do with these types of channels. I have absolutely nothing, and I disagree. You know, and they're not analyzing anything. They're just throwing a lot of things on the fan and see what sticks to the wall. And that's
assumption.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyways, I am here because I see deception in Daniel and Malaya and Janie, and I will not let go of that until it's cleared up. So I understand
that, Mike. No, I do. I really, truly do. Like, listen, you don't think that I fucking said to Dan, I don't think you can ever come over here again for a little while until this is all cleared up?
Good idea.
Why should I stop being my friend's fucking friend? Just because of know what I mean? And like, if I fucking talk to him and we're speaking fucking truth, and if I believe it's truth, just like I said to you about a liar, if you're told a lie, if I believe it's the truth, that I was told the truth, then it makes me fucking either a truth teller or I'm not telling the truth. I don't understand how I can even say anything more about it, because to me, it's disgusting.
You know what? Right.
It's just like a horrible, awful fucking thing for these two little children. And just fucking, it's so fucked up, and it fucked my life up, and I was a fucking outsider looking in until I stood up for my father. And now I feel like I gotta fucking wreck everybody and tell people and fucking get lawyers and talk to lead investigators and be interrogated and have nervous breakdowns and lose the love of my life. It's not about me though either. It's about
you don't want it. You know what? I think what you just said to me is perfect. All of this needs to be passed on. I tell you what, also, be careful with what you say in public, because everything will be used by like today, I refuse to pay attention to certain people and certain things, because the people I pay attention to are Daniel, Malaya, and Janie. And I want to stop I have to, I think that the more you say now, yeah, take a break from the internet, dude. Take a break.
I know, brother, but kind of hard now because like,
let me pass on your message and people can make of it what they want to. That's what I would love to do.
No, I appreciate that, Mike. And like the way that you're talking to me too. Look, I'm not a brutal prick. I'm not a fucking animal. I'm not a monster. I'm not an addict. I like to have a drink. I cook fucking food with my mother.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I have 2 buses I bought and a camper that I'm building. I bought a bunch of wood from the lumber mill that I used to work at last week. Right. Now I can't even fucking do that. You know what I mean? Gotcha. I used to hang with my woman down here with her 2 kids, my stepkids. I can't even do that.
Right.
Over 2 kids that I've never met, which I'm not downgrading at all because I would fucking literally, if I seen anything happening wrong, then fuck, they'd have to lock me up in fucking jail because I'd do something about it, right?
Got it, yeah. I understand.
Did you do something about it? Do you hear that? They'd have to lock me up in jail. If I saw something wrong happening to 2 kids, I'd do something about it. They'd have to lock me up in jail. Now you have his dad, Durwood, saying, which I sent to the RCMP, that Durwood was talking and saying Malay was shit talking the family. There was a plan to get the kids out of there. Daniel's own mouth on the DT show that there was a plan 2 weeks before to do something, but Derwin didn't want to interfere in the marriage, remember? So I would do anything if I thought something was happening to those kids. Well, something was happening to those kids. So did you do something to them, Jordan? Did you try to get them out of the house and something went wrong in the midst of it? That's my question.
I'm not a fucking, I don't know how else to explain it, man. And like what you're saying to me, I understand thoroughly. And I'm not fucking dumb like people are fucking letting on. I'm not anything. What they don't even know me, brother. You know what I mean? Like they have no idea what I am. Like, and I don't know what they are. But I'm not fucking attacking them. I'm not fucking taking pictures of them. I'm not fucking posting their parents and their friends and their loved ones, their addresses. Like that's kind of fucking far with me. Like that's, and then calling like child killers, shit. Like that's fucked up.
No, you're not.
Like it literally,
I know.
It breaks my fucking heart. Like,
yeah, dude. But then again, I have to also, you need to differentiate. And there are people who will pick up on anything that you say, and they will on purpose mislead, but they don't have anything to offer. These are not channels that I watch or recommend. I actually, so I think that maybe I should pass on your message or have you, and I told you before, you can come on live whenever, but anyway, what you just said to me is this is great. I want people to see, but again, I will tell you, man, I will tell you how it started. And
I know.
Your dad
how it started. There was fist fights in my fucking, like, listen, I'm a bit of a rough guy, but I fought all my life. I was a boxer. So was my father.
Gotcha.
So is my brother. Daniel knows jujitsu. You know what I mean? I know a little bit of jujitsu. My brother's fucking in shape. My dad has there's trophies of my dad boxing.
Right.
So so we don't come from like a cloth that's lightly taken. Let's put it that way, I guess.
I understand.
Right. So that's why I got the little bit of rage and volatile tendencies. Let's put it that way, I guess. But there's nowhere near that. It's just insanity. It literally, I can't even put my words into it a lot of the time. And I'm even surprised I'm talking to you right now. Just like I'm surprised that I talked to a couple of the other people that actually listened to me and then actually heard my voice, because like, fuck, man, if you fucking came over here, I'd have a beer with you. I'd cook you fucking food. You know what I mean?
That'd be great. But you know what? I want to drink, man, but I stopped smoking and I'm afraid to drink.
Sorry. I hate StreamYard. Okay, so I was just saying, I was just looking for my stream and I had thought I had linked into the email. I don't think we'll play the whole thing. We didn't hear, that was Mike. I know, it's wild. But that was an interview in response to him doing a live Facebook post that was cryptic. So we're going to listen to that. This is the live I did in response to that. We're not going to probably listen to the whole thing. I'm going to fast forward through some of it, but listen to it. For my rant. But we've got an interesting, live tonight. I'm sure some of you have seen some of it, but we're going to take a different take on it. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Whether they remain there or not. Okay, let's just fast forward. Mom herself was fabulous. We're going to watch that and we're going to talk about it. What they holds me back from resuming. So if I don't go back into it yet, hang on, let me just fast forward to okay, here we go. I just want to, that's all I can say. Oh, so fun. That's all I can say right now. But okay, onwards. So I just got to remind myself, like Zach said, and with all of your help, God willing, what I'm trying to do is get back into, I really loved when on this stream. Okay, hang on. Okay, here's the picture. His Facebook profile, Krista. This is what he posted. Facebook profile. This was clipped from Daphne's case files. Everybody's been talking about it. And we're going to also talk about an audio clip he put out. And the it looks satanic to me. That's a mask he's got. There's a TV in the background. There's somebody else here over his shoulder to the left here. There's someone over his shoulder to the left. And what I want to know, and I've been trying to Google, is are those tattoos? Those are stars tattoos. So he's got like, I don't know if that's a birthmark on his shoulder here or a tattoo here. And there's a tattoo for sure on this shoulder. And under his clavicle here are 2 5-sided stars. Oh, welcome, Deanna. Okay, so this is the picture that he posted November 12th, 4:54 a.m. I took a screenshot from Daphne, posted because I didn't have access to the Facebook group. So he went live in one of the Facebook's groups at 3:54 a.m. wearing this satanic mask in this rant. And the interview we just heard is post this, because Mike asked if he was going nuts. DT had said on his live, it was said that he wasn't doing well. The question is why? Why is he losing his job if he has nothing to do with this case? So we're going to talk about this. This is what you're going to hear now. Welcome. Thank you, sweetie. Hey, Deanna. Nice to see you, honey. Thank you, honey. Thank you.
I don't know what's going on with my StreamYard.
Thank you, honey. It's not letting me play my my thank you for some reason, sweetie, but thank you for that. StreamYard's been acting so bizarre. So thank you, sweetie. Normally I play like all this clapping music. That was posted on this Facebook group, Jordan Getty's, November 12th, 3:54 a.m. So 4 o'clock in the morning. November 11th was Tuesday. That was Remembrance Day. So that would have been in Canada here, the day everybody had off. Well, not everybody, a lot of people had off work, although I would suspect these folks aren't working in that rural area. The economy is pretty wild. I don't really know, but maybe. Yeah, because November 1st in Canada is Remembrance Day, and some employers give the day off. It depends on the province. Government doesn't work. Thank you, honey. Yes, thanks, Krista. Government doesn't work. So it really depends on, I guess I don't need the credit anymore since it's my own credit. Government doesn't work. Banks don't work. So it really depends on who. But that's why I mentioned the date, because it could have been he was on a bender that night, the night before, or into the next morning. But if he was working, that's Wednesday morning at 3:54 a.m. And this guy behind him is wearing a mask. So what we're going to do tonight is I want to get your opinion on those stars, but it doesn't look healthy. And when you listen to the rant song and when you research, like I did, what the lyrics mean, well, that's just going to blow you away. It's just going to blow you away. Jordan seems to be imploding. And I I'm wondering what's going on, you know? I'm wondering what's going on with him. So, but first, let's get here. Let's watch this. My links didn't populate. Okay, so this is my point I want to make. I want to make this point. I would be so knowing this has got, yeah. Okay, so what I also want to say, my vision, I've now only discovered, which I mentioned in my video that was sent that still is yet to be looked at by the RCMP. My vision was, now that I have seen Jordan Geddes and his ponytail and his dark brown, almost black, maybe even black hair on that tractor, I can tell you that that is the man I saw taking Jack and Lilly to Uncle Larry's barn. And Uncle Larry is literally his Uncle Larry's barn, as we learned. It's Lawrence Geddes' barn, Darren Geddes' brother.
Thank you, my dear.
Okay.
Thank you.
I told you he was thin in my vision. He's muscular, but he's not. He's not a big guy. He's thin like Daniel, maybe a little bigger than Daniel.
Thank you, honey.
And I can't remember if I told Detective Wilson, because I feel like when I spoke with Mike Wilson, he asked me how old I thought he was, and I feel like I said early 30s, but I can't remember that exactly if he asked me that, but I think he may have. And we find out that he is 33 years old. Yes, Hope. Yes, Hope. Yeah, well, no, because there's a TV in the background.
So, Hope, we're going to talk about what you have to say here. Tats are a personal thing. They hold specific meaning. You have 3. I have a tattoo too. So, I have a tattoo as well. But, thank you, Diana, sweetie. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, that mask is cryptic, scary, looks satanic to me. And, Hope's so you know, I'm assuming you're going to give me permission because you've given me permission multiple times to breach this topic. So when we first showed this, you can see Hope's comments here. If I remove myself off the screen, let me just see if I can remove myself off the screen. Nope, wrong one. Hope's comments. Lots of inmates have 5 stars tattoos. Yeah, because thanks, Hope. As Hope has said before in this channel, her son was in prison. He just got out to her surprise, New Year's Eve or December 31st this year, right, Hope? And her son had drug addiction problems while he was in prison. And that Hope said that she believes, based on her experience with her son being in prison and a drug addict, that these are tattoos that the stars that are commonly seen in inmates. Do we know that for sure? No, but 5 star is usually what, Alberta? What is AB? Many have a teardrop over their eye if you were incarcerated. Yes, exactly. So he says he doesn't have a history, that he was never in jail. It could just be a coincidence, but there's also the mask he's wearing. It looks pretty satanic to me. Aryan bro. Okay, thank you, honey. And if you listen to his rant, it sounds like he's sending a message to shut up, people. We're going to get to that in a minute. So I don't know, but there's also the satanic stars. And I can't help but think when Earl said there was a ram in the bushes. Remember when Earl said there was a ram in the bushes? There's no rams out east. We have rams on the west coast of Canada. I'm Canadian. We don't have rams in the east coast of Canada. So unless they had a barn there, there's no rams. But the ram's also a satanic symbol. The ram head. So there is a CPIC website with all the tattoos and their meanings. I saw it years and years ago. Surely it's still there. Oh, interesting. CPIC website. Interesting. Well, we probably won't go there today, DEA, but it's because I don't want to attract the wrath of Jordan here.
But it's just very interesting. And this will probably be the last time we talk about Mr. Jordan, because we're going back and reviewing the case. This is sort of, I'm trying to do sort of isolated topics first, if that makes sense. But yeah, let's keep listening because it's very interesting what Hope brings to our attention. And when you listen to the lyrics of his rant. And the energy I get from it is there's a TV in the background that this is his friend behind him. These are like Halloween masks. But yeah, and that's really interesting. No way, Hope. Lots of inmates have 5-star tattoos. Was Jordan in prison? I don't know. Oh my God. That is wild, Hope. And so, yes, exactly, YouTuber. Exactly. You got it. Bingo. Bingo, 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 bingo. And I think you guys that were there heard me. I'm almost positive I said this the other day when I was talking about Janie's wild Facebook post when she said something. I can't even, remember we went through it. Whoever went through where it brought the kids, took the kids, bring them back where you took them from. Remember? And I said from that, on farms, yes. But there weren't on a farm. When the Please Bring Me Home searchers were going to look and trying to pass over a Mackenzie's property to get to the water, and we're told there were dangerous 300-pound rams. I do not believe they were on a property that had a barn. I believe he was trying to assume or suggest they were wild rams, not pets on a farm. I do not believe they were on a farm, hence the point. Okay, I'm going to keep playing it. I'm not going to stop for a while. I feel like they are talking to one another through social media because they know they can't text or call one another because they might be being monitored by the RCMP. And they're maybe sending flag signals out to one another through social media. I know, Barb, sweetie. I know. I'm just still debating whether I'm going to cover that too, honey. I really want to. But I've been getting so doxxed lately by YouTube. I'm worried. I also tried to go on X today, and I'm also banned from X. These are social media platforms I never use. So how I got banned when I first tried to use them, I've had accounts. I just don't really go there and haven't for years. It's wild. So very, very limited, which is fine. Maybe it's a blessing. But yeah, well, exactly. And I just, yeah. So anyway, all that to say, no, I don't. No, I don't. But I know, Jane Doe. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, Connie, I shouldn't say no, I don't. I shouldn't be, well, YouTuber, I don't know if you saw that video. Holy shit, I think I found Uncle Larry. And that's why I was so upset yesterday, because I did that live where I pieced everything together, and we even show clips in that live of Daniel saying that Durwood was going to help with the Malaya situation, but he didn't want to get it in the way of their marriage. And hey, Donna. Hello, wedding girl. Mrs. Bride, you didn't have to come in, but I'm love that you're here. How was it yesterday? How was it? How was it? Well, yeah, it could be. But, I want, when you listen to Blue Heron, when you listen to the clip you're going to hear in a second, you're not going to think the same way. Okay. And when you look at the lyrics that I researched up to what the song that was playing and what the lyrics mean, you may be thinking, I don't think he's doing so well, because it's rumored that DT, the Drunk Turkey show, DT talks to these guys. And I heard, it was either Charmaine, I think it was Charmaine's live, when she said that DT had to call Jordan to see if he was okay, that he's literally imploding. Okay. He's literally losing his shit in front of us. Yes, it is, of Jordan Geddes. Hope says, I'm going to be honest. If Jordan has a star for a reason and he's done this, they will handle him, meaning the Star family, for doing this. What does that mean, honey? Hope, if you're just coming in now, Hope said her son has one of these tattoos. I think your son's been in prison, Hope? And that these tattoos, these stars, which I was trying to Google, thank you, Hope, are symbols of what they get in the tattoos that inmates get, are these stars. And so does Jordan Geddes have a past. Association. Oh, association does not mess with kids at all. Oh, got it. Okay, so when you say the association, can you define that? Because, hey, Ann, and you know what, we're gonna talk about this, and then we're gonna go back to the video yesterday of the Mackenzie family blocking the searchers. But I want to just talk about this first because I just get satanic vibes off this between the mask and the stars. So Hope, what do you mean? And no, they don't treat you kindly in prison if you hurt a child. Gangs in prison. Okay, thanks, honey. Okay. Yeah. So for those of you just coming in, I said the man in my vision had long brown, maybe black hair, was thinly. Hey, the star comes out a lot for Jack and Lilly. Jordan could have been middleman, in my opinion. The star could have been clue to his tattoo. Oh my God, Crazy Cat. That's a great perspective. That's a great perspective. It is scary. The star comes out. It does come out. And wasn't it a star, a little star that was found? I never really covered it on the bridge. I think it was also a star, but that would have been a fluke, but it may be synchronistic for those of us that believe in synchronistic, But if you're just coming in now, Hope's son was, they are like white supremacist. My son got his redesigned. He was in 20 when he got it. And okay, so they're like white. That's exactly the energy I was picking up. Thank you. I felt a very cult-like demonic when I look at this picture. I exactly, Corinne Danielle. I see demonic. Well, in my vision, this man I described to Mike Wilson on May 8th. I left the message and Mike called me back. I think it was the next day. That this is the guy that walked Jack and Lilly to Uncle Larry's barn in my vision. And I described him as thin in mid-30s and having long, dark, if not black hair. And then realized when I saw a picture of Jordan Getty's, this man, Durwood Getty's, Darren Getty's son, on the tractor on AB's or Drunk Turkey's channel, rather, that he has dark black or dark brown, if not black hair. And he had it tied up in a ponytail. He's got the same physique. So I think you're right. I think you're right, Crazy Cat Tarot, because I've said all along, he was the person I believe that delivered Jack and Lilly as per my vision. But somehow I think Wong potentially got the secondary. I think Dad betrayed him. I'm going to fast forward because I don't want to listen to all my theories over and over again because I've made mention of them 1,000 times here. I want to just go to let's listen to the audio. Let's listen to the audio that he also played. This is a credit to Mike DeMann, and it was also shared on Charmaine's channel. I can never remember the exact name. Sorry, Charmaine. Yeah, I think he's sending a message. Now, this is Mike DeMann. I think he is I think he is very concerning mentally. That's all I'm going to say. And how do I spell Mike DeMann? Sorry, Mike. I don't want to misspell it, but I can't read it here in full. I don't want to, this is just my theory. You don't have to believe it. I know, honey. I know. And it does keep coming up. It does. And now you add what Hope's told us from her own experience over what that star means, because I felt demonic, but it's not a true demonic because I've been researching it today. It's not a true demonic satanic star, but I was feeling some sort of, thank you, honey. Thank you, honey. Demand. Okay, so I have it right. Okay, yeah. Thank you. I was feeling it. It just, aw, sweetie. Donna, do you want to come and tell us about it? Do you want to come up and talk about it? I'm sorry, I haven't even acknowledged I asked you and then I haven't even acknowledged. How was it? You said it was great, I think you said. Yeah, I know. Shouldn't she be on her honeymoon? I know. Like, I totally wasn't expecting you to come in here, sweetie. Let me go back up because I saw you were, you said something about hubby sleeping, taking a nap, and you had a lot of fun. It was great. Oh, that's nice. That's so nice. I'm so happy to hear that, honey. I'm so happy. Demand. Did I not spell it right? DMM. Oh, I got one N. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have been literally having eye issues lately, or I've been meaning to ask this.
Doesn't want to give us a reliable denial. He's unable to do that. Remember, pledge at all times. And apparently, not only is he barking up a storm, he also posted alive, listening to some music.
Thanks, Jen.
Screaming, yelling in the background, calling people names.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Yeah. Here we go. Listen up.
I'm gonna straight up. I'm gonna tell you straight now. I can face you. All you do is you fuck America. Fuck God. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your own.
You see, that's what can happen when you have a father who's making a mockery out of two missing children.
I don't know what the silence is, if it's me or Mike. Hang on. That to me, I hear, why did you say something? That's what I hear. Because his dad got caught admitting that Daniel and Malaya were at his place the day before the kids went missing. Tell me if that's what you hear. Why did you say something? Why'd you say something? Do you hear that? I'm going to tell you straight up and down. Why'd you fucking say something? I'm going to get stricken on this one. Hang on. You can't even hear it. I thought I was wild. Hang on. Seriously? That's all you need to do. Let's just listen again to his rant. I'm sorry. I haven't even. I haven't just changed it. I'm trying to replay it here. I don't know what happened.
Doesn't want to give us a reliable denial. He's unable to do that. Remember, pledge at all times. And apparently, not only is he barking up a storm, he also posted alive, listening to some music.
Thanks, Jen.
Screaming, yelling in the background, calling people names.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. I'm gonna tell you straight now. I can face you. All you do is you fuck America. Fuck God. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your own.
Okay, I'm going to fast forward it. It actually went on longer than that. That's a warning. That's exactly what I hear. Why did you say something? Don't say something. And I even hear, I'm trying to find the full clip. I don't know what happened when I was playing it. I wasn't playing it. I thought I was playing it. But in the full clip, he says, and Mike took it down, so I was trying to find the full clip again. He says, why did you say something? But he also said, hang on, I just lost my thought. Something about you and your marital problems, you and your effing marriage. So I'm going to try to just focus in on just playing it again. Hang on. You still can't hear it? Sorry,
Seriously?
everybody.
Geddes doesn't want to be open about anything.
Okay, you can hear? Okay. That's my bad. Sorry, everybody. I don't know what's going on, everybody, because, I mean, you hear Mike? Yeah, it's Mike. This is Mike Demand's video, and he's explaining. Yes, now. Okay, sorry, everybody. I'll play it again. Well, I'm kind of glad you couldn't hear me because I want you to hear the words.
I agree. I
I
think
want you to
it's
listen to what he's saying.
a
Mike has it
warning.
bang on. And when we research right now, we go through the meaning of those lyrics. It appears that Mike and I are right. He is sending a message to his dad. Okay, you guys refresh if you can't hear it because it's half of you do, half of you don't. I can tell you StreamYard's been acting wackadoodle lately and it's Mercury retrograde. Refresh your stream because some people can hear me and some people can't. I'm not playing it right now, guys, because I'm talking. I'm trying to explain it to you first before I play it. I already got validation that you can hear it now. It's because I had it uploaded at 2 different locations, and the one location did not upload the second time I tried to play it. Okay, thanks, Donna. So let's just confirm you can hear it now, and then I'm going to talk for a second because I want you to hear something in the video.
Hello, everybody. I'm Mike the Man, and Jordan Geddes is losing it. Jordan Geddes doesn't want to be open about anything.
Can you hear Mike now? I know, Jane Doe. No kidding. Can you hear it now? Okay, that's all you need to do. I'm just talking. I've just paused it. Thank you. I've just paused it because I want you to hear the words I hear in it. I want you to listen carefully because I said to you just 15, 20 minutes ago now that, and I've already said it on live, that they are making messages. They're sending messages on social media. But what I hear is he's swearing and he says, I'm going to type the words out. How's that? Because I'm going to get stricken, which is maybe why it was a blessing you couldn't hear. I'm not playing it Dragonfly right now. I'm going to play it in a minute. The words that I hear coming out of Jordan Geddes' mouth is, you effing, why did you speak? He's talking to his dad, Darren Geddes. He's swearing. I'm telling you right effing now. I'm telling you right effing now. You betrayed your own. You betrayed your own. Why did you effing speak? This is what if you listen, I'm going to rewind it and replay it. But I'm telling you, that's what I hear. Can you hear it? Listen up, because Mike is exactly right. He is mad that his dad spoke. And that's because it came out in a screenshot that Shar showed and re-showed and other channels showed that Durwood lied when he called into Dolly Vision. Durwood lied and said, redacted his original statement. Jordan said the kids were not at his house with Malaya and Daniel and the kids the day before they disappeared. And we got proof that Durwood already said, yes, they were. What's the problem? That's what I am intuitively picking up on.
No,
that his dad is.
We just listened. If you're just coming in, we already listened to the interview Mike did with him after this rant. What I'm doing is listening to you in my old live 2 months ago of the rant, because I play the music and we listen to the words, the meaning of the words. So that's what we're playing now. We've already we just finished 20 minutes ago, the interview with Mike.
Talking too much. And he's telling them not to talk to the police. And his dad went in and talked to the police. I know.
I'm not muted. I'm not muted.
It's not good. Or he's sending a message, D, being one of the gang. Hope, exactly. They're sending a message. We just heard Hope say that her son got one of these tattoos, and it's a white supremacy group for gang members of who have been in prison. Those stars that are the tattoo that he's wearing. So let's play this now and listen for what I'm saying I'm hearing. Listen up.
He doesn't want to give us the reliability now. He's unable to do that. Remember, pledge at all times. Apparently, not only is he
yes, he is
barking up a storm, he also posted a live, listening to some music, screaming, yelling in the background, calling people names. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna fucking straight up. I'm gonna say straight now. I can face you. All you do is you fucking hear this. Fuck off. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your own.
F you. Go F yourself. You F'd your own. You F'd your own, like your own family. I'll play it again.
open about anything. He doesn't want to give us the reliable denial. He's unable to do that. Remember, Pletz at all times. Apparently, not only is he barking up a storm, he also posted a live, listening to some music, screaming, yelling in the background, calling people names. Let's hear it.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to go through the song lyrics in a second here after this.
I'm gonna fucking straight up and straight down.
I'm going to tell you straight up, and I'm going to say it now. Why'd you say something? That's what I hear. Tell me. I'm going to go back. Tell me if you hear it.
Posted a live, listening to some music, screaming, yelling in the background, calling people names. Let's hear it.
I'm gonna fucking straight up and straight down. I can face you. All you do is you fucking hear this. Fuck off. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your own.
Go F yourself. F you. You F'd your own.
Straight up and straight down. I can face you. All you do is you fucking hear this. Fuck off. Fuck yourself. Fuck you. Fuck your own.
You see, that's what can happen when you have a father who's making a mockery out of two missing children in front of the whole world. And you're paying the price, Jordan. But somebody has to. So get a grip of it. Get a grip and realize who your father is. And then tell us why Daniel was there that morning. And come clean. And I know you're probably scared because you're deep in that type of lifestyle. And in that type of society that you are part of, you don't talk. Because if you talk, they'll burn your house down. So you have options. They may not be pretty ones, but they are options. Talk, talk, talk.
What did you guys hear? What did you guys hear? Yeah, you hear it. Yeah, and that's about that live. I don't know the exact date of that live, but I know it was in the last few days, as was this. So I am sticking to my theory, y'all. I'm
going to fast
maybe
forward.
Brad
What are the
understanding of what
words?
it means in my conversation with ChatGTP. All of my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. Welcome to the room of people who have rooms of people that they loved one day docked away. Just because we check the guns at the door doesn't mean our brains will change from hand grenades. You'll never know the psychopath sitting next to you. You'll never know the murderer sitting next to you. You'll think, how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. We don't deal with outsiders very well. They say newcomers have a certain smell. They have trust issues, not to mention. They say they can smell your intentions. You'll never know the freak show sitting next to you. You'll have some weird people sitting next to you. You'll think, how did I get here sitting next to you? But after all I've said, please don't forget. All of my friends are heathers. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please don't make any sudden moves. You don't know the half of the abuse. All my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Please, all my friends are heathens. Take it slow. Wait for them to ask you who you know. Why'd you come? You knew you should have stayed. I tried to warn you. just to stay away. And now they're outside ready to bust. It looks like you might be one of us. Those were the words to the lyrics playing in the background. What do you think of that? What do you think of that? What do you think of those words to the song? Do you think, like I do, that he was sending a message to his dad and Daniel? And the part about you came to my house when I told you to stay away. Did Daniel show up for help when he told him to leave him out of it? I don't know. It's all hypothetical. All hearsay. We don't really know for sure. But at a very minimum, it's creepy as F. It's creepy as F. And I think he's a disturbed soul. You know, why'd you come? You knew you should have stayed. I tried to warn you just to stay away. And now they're outside, ready to bust. It looks like you might be one of us. Who's the one of us that he's referencing? It gives you the creeps. Yeah. So hope you agree. What does he know? The group of them. Yeah, are tight. Absolutely. He is very upset. It sounds like he's sending a message. Exactly. Exactly. And what's interesting about that, what I was picking up energetically, literally just a couple days before, for some of you, if you were in the live, I said, I feel like they're trying to communicate to each other through social media because they know they can't pick up the phone and call each other or text because the cops are watching. And then this comes out. And to me, this was a deliberate message. Okay, everybody, we've been in here 4 hours and 12 minutes. We will be back tomorrow unless I decide I'm too sick. Otherwise, we'll see you at 11 a.m. That song, yeah. Yeah. It's very cryptic, very odd, very weird. And given that he's best friends with Daniel, it's, you know, it's very interesting. So everybody, I really appreciate you staying. Yes, Krista, thank you, honey. Yourself included. You've been here the whole time. Thank you. I'm not muted. I think you're behind, Jerry Lynn, honey. So we're going to end it now. I love you all. I appreciate you all for being here. We'll be back here tomorrow at 11 a.m. Thank you, honey. Unless I'm not feeling well, which I will post. So look for the posts. And everybody take care. Hug your loved ones. Prayers for Jack and Lilly. And have a great day. Thank you for being here, Veronica, Hope, Krista, Donna, in the weeds. I appreciate you all. Love and light, everybody. See you all tomorrow. Welcome in. And Marie, if you are welcome, thank you. If you want to mod, send me an email, honey. Thank you, honey. Love and light. See y'all tomorrow. Thank you. I will, Veronica. Thank you.